25, VC 25. Approximately 35 minutes. All right, we're getting the updates. According to William, 35 minutes until Air Force One touches down.
Okay, Bravo X-ray, cross runway 24 left to Victor, kind of ground point 65.
Lots of small planes coming in. And we have a CRJ 700 on final. We'll go for SkyWest 6435 flying in from Aspen, Colorado. Actually, my goodness, Hubble was actually able to spot this one. I thought this was the CRJ, but no. Hubble is such a powerful camera that we zoomed into this plane far away. We'll stay with this one. We'll skip out on the CRJ 700. So the one we're looking at right now is number 2 to land. United Airlines 1962 flying in from San Francisco, a 5-year-old 737 MAX 9.
Okay, 4901, like there on a 24 left line up, way to 1 on the south side. 24 left line up, ways, guys, 4901.
All right, there's a poll going on right now. More than, oh my goodness, almost 3,000 of you have voted in the past few minutes. Do you want me to use the Hubble zoom lens or a wider zoom lens for Air Force One arrival? With Hubble,
And you to 1960, just confirm with the 24011.
I won't be able to zoom out as much. 74% of you want me to use Hubble. 26% of you want me to switch out the lens and use a wider lens. If I use a wider lens, hyperzoom will be sacrificed.
Okay, with 4091, 1240 at 11, R now to Delray, right by 24 left, cleared for takeoff. RNAV Delray, 24 left.
Thank you very much, everybody. Please. Virginia.
All right.
Well, thank you very much. It's a little cold outside, but you're getting used to the cold. And one of the things that are very important to me, and one of the reasons I'm happy that we won so convincingly, is to help North Carolina get fixed up. They supported us in record numbers, and I'm supporting them in record numbers too. And they had me set. I wanted to go to Los Angeles and see what was going on with California, why they aren't releasing the water. Millions and millions of gallons of water. They're sending it out to the Pacific. Someday somebody's going to explain that one. In the meantime, they have no water in Los Angeles where they had the problems. But so we're going there. But I said, well, what about North Carolina? Well, you could do that. No, I can't. I said, we're stopping in North Carolina first, and then we're going to Los Angeles. And we just appreciate the outpouring of love that we've had here. Laura was, as you know, very instrumental in the campaign. And she lived here and is loved, and we appreciate it. And Michael Watley has been incredible, wherever Michael is. Hello, Michael. Michael Watley has been great, and your congressmen have been great. And what we thought we'd do is take a quick look around. First, we wanted to do this. I want to say that we're very disappointed in FEMA. Your new governor, it's not his fault. He's brand new to the whole situation. But we're going to work together with the governor. We're going to work together with the senators, but really we're going to work a lot with your congressmen, especially the 3 that are in the area, and Michael Watley. And I'd like to put Michael in charge of making sure everything goes well. And Franklin Graham has been unbelievable. We've made a big contribution to Franklin, and will continue to do so. But I've been hearing nothing but praise for the job that Samaritan's Purse has done with Franklin, and we appreciate it. Where is Franklin? He's around here someplace. And that good-looking guy, he's always been a good-looking guy. His father was a good-looking guy, too, I'll tell you. We loved his father, right? I saw his father in the latter years, and I said, well, he doesn't have long to go. He was having a hard time, and he lived about 3 or 4 years after that, right? They say it was good stock. He had the ultimate good stock. But I want to thank you, Franklin. You've been fantastic here, and everywhere he goes, he's always the first one I see. People don't realize it, how good it is. A lot of people, they go, well, maybe it's for the people that he's got, and you guys know because you're here, but the people that he's got have done amazing work. So I just want to thank everybody. We're going to get over and take a look. We'll say a few words. I do want to introduce some of the people that we have. And our First Lady, we'll start with our First Lady. She wanted to be here because of North Carolina. And then I said, well, you can do that, but you're going to have to come to California too. And she said, that's okay. And we got to fix that one up too. You ever see anything like that one? It's, who would have thought that could have happened? So Governor Josh Stein, thank you very much. We appreciate it. And we're going to have a very long and good relationship. Representatives, maybe stand up if you would so the press can see. Representatives Chuck Edwards. Chuck, thank you. Thank you, Chuck. Tim Moore. Virginia, you know Virginia Fox, a legend. She is such a powerful woman. Pat Harrigan. Pat, thank you very much. Your Agriculture Commissioner, who I hear is excellent, Steve Troxler. Steve, thank you very much. Good job, Steve. You got plenty to do, right? More than you ever thought. North Carolina Speaker Dustin Hall. Thank you, Dustin. Thanks, Dustin. Very good. House Majority Leader Brendan Jones. Brendan, thank you very much. We're making progress, Brendan. State Representatives Dudley Green, Carl Gillespie. Thank you very much, fellas. Good, good. Thank you very much. State Senators Kevin Corbin, Warren Daniel. Thank you. Thank you very much, Kevin, Warren. And County Commissioner Jennifer Best. Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you. So Hurricane Helene was one of the worst natural disasters in American history. It was far worse than it was even billed. I have never seen such water damage. It was largely water damage, wind damage, but water damage nobody's ever seen. I've been here, as you know, numerous times, but now I'm here in a position where we can do something, meaning I've been in office for 4 days, and I wanted to come sooner, but actually they had a little problem with getting logistically in here, but I would have been here even sooner. 104 North Carolinians have lost their lives. Is that now a fairly firm number, or are they still finding people? You know, what do you think? They're still finding people? Pretty much okay? It's a lot of people. 104 people lost their lives. 73,000 homes were severely damaged or destroyed. And I'll tell you, I've been to a lot of them, and this was like lots of hurricanes in one. I've never seen such damage done by water. And the water came, it was violent, and it left, and there was like nothing left. It's really pretty amazing. At one point, half of the emergency calls to FEMA went unanswered. That's real bad. FEMA was not doing their job. The city of Asheville went without running water for 2 months. A whistleblower testified that some FEMA employees refused to help people who displayed Trump signs on their properties. I think that's true, isn't it? I read that. It's not nice. That's not too nice, is it? But whoever those property people were, thank you very much. Michael, is that true? That's not good, huh? About the property owners you put a Trump sign on and they wouldn't help? FEMA. Earlier this year, FEMA kicked 2,000 North Carolinians out of their temporary housing into below freezing temperatures. What was that all about? You know about that? What happened? Tell me.
we had an incompetent administration under Biden, and we had a disaster, and then we call it the disaster after the disaster. That was the FEMA response.
You had nothing but disaster since then. It doesn't matter at this point. Biden did a bad job. Some residents still don't have hot water, drinking water, or anything else, and many of them don't have quarters. They don't have anything. They got a stipend for what they lost, and we're going to take care of it. This is totally unacceptable, and I'll be taking strong action to get North Carolina the support that you need to quickly recover and rebuild. We're working on it very hard, and I think if Michael Whatley does half as good a job for North Carolina as he did for my campaign, we'll be very happy. Him and Laura were a very powerful team. So you think you can handle it, Michael? I don't know. I'm not sure, Michael. I think this is maybe in many ways easier, okay? Maybe easier, but you're going to lead the team. You want to say who the congressmen are that you want to appoint? Do you want to introduce them?
We have Virginia Fox, Chuck Edwards, and Tim Moore, whose districts encompass the area.
And they are the districts that were most severely impacted, right? You were affected then, Virginia?
Yes, lost my own 5
Really? No. I'll also be signing an executive order to begin the process of fundamentally reforming and overhauling FEMA, or maybe getting rid of FEMA. I think, frankly, FEMA is not good. I think when you have a problem like this, I think you want to go and whether it's a Democrat or Republican governor, you want to use your state to fix it and not waste time calling FEMA. And then FEMA gets here and they don't know the area. They've never been to the area, and they want to give you rules that you've never heard about. They want to bring people that aren't as good as the people you already have. And FEMA's turned out to be a disaster. And you could go back a long way. You could go back to Louisiana. You could go back to some of the things that took place in Texas. It turns out to be the state that ends up doing the work. It just complicates it. I think we're going to recommend that FEMA go away, and we pay directly. We pay a percentage to the state, but the state should fix this. If the state did this from the beginning, it would have been a lot better situation. I think you guys agree with that, right? So I just want to say that Asheville, I know it well. It's a great place, and we're going to have it be a great place again. That was the one that was most severely affected. But North Carolina is going to come back bigger, better, stronger than ever before. And you're going to be very thankful. And you've already seen, I know that it really began 4 days ago, but you've already seen more action than you have in the last 3 months. And we're going to get it together. We're informing the Army Corps of Engineers to get going because you have a lot of river breaks and a lot of areas that you're going to need some pretty big work. And they're on their way. They're going to be working much harder than they've been working in the past, and we're going to take care of it. Any questions from the press of any of the congressman, governor, anybody?
So are you going to sign an executive order on FEMA, getting rid of it? Can you say more about signing an executive order to get rid of FEMA, please?
FEMA has been a very big disappointment. They cost a tremendous amount of money. It's very bureaucratic, and it's very slow. Other than that, we're very happy with them. Okay, and I think when there's a problem with the state, I think that problem should be taken care of by the state. That's what we have states for. They take care of problems, and a governor can handle something very quickly. You know, one of the things I've noticed, because I've been doing this for a while, and we had a pretty good FEMA, but I also noticed that when they come, they end up in arguments. They're fighting all the time over who does what. It's just not a good system. This system is so beautifully designed over 250 years approximately, you know, and we'll soon be celebrating the 250th year. It's going to be a very big celebration. But it's been designed very well, and we're going to leave it that way. When North Carolina, South Carolina, Florida, Tennessee, when everybody knows the governor of Tennessee, I think. Everybody? Do you know everybody here? Pretty much. I never thought of it, but you're right over the ridge.
Right over the hillside.
So you're here to help. That's great.
The people in this region, including Tennessee, the people of Appalachia, are grateful that you are here and that you haven't forgotten them. And there are other disasters, but this one was enormous for both North Carolina and Tennessee. So thank you.
You know, I've seen a lot of disasters. And this, when I came here right after the day after. And when I came here, I couldn't believe it, actually. I couldn't believe the damage. And I've seen a lot of them. This was more like a tornado than it was what we witnessed. So we're going to get it very much taken care of. Good job. That's nice that you came. And so you call it right, you're right over the ridge, right, Tennessee?
Right over the ridge, yes,
I
sir.
like Tennessee too. Let's see, where did I get more votes, Tennessee or North Carolina? I hate to tell you North Carolina, it was Tennessee.
There's one of the counties in this disaster that had 88% for you, so.
88%, yeah, no, it's the people are just incredible people.
Yeah.
So, do you have any questions, press?
President, you talked about conditions being placed on aid to California, voter ID and the like. Are there any conditions that you're going to put on aid to North Carolina?
We're going to do a lot for North Carolina. Yeah. They've been very slow. I don't know why it's been so bad. This has been one of the worst I've seen. Katrina, of course, you know, was something that obviously that was a long time ago. That was not good. But this has been very slow. I don't know if that was for political reasons because they lost the state. You know, Biden lost the state. Maybe he felt he doesn't care. And maybe there were other reasons. I don't know. But this has been very slow. By any standard, this has been very slow. And we're gonna make up for lost time.
No conditions, you're going to push for aid. Just
Well, in
full stop.
California, I have a condition. In California, we want them to have voter ID so the people have a voice, because right now the people don't have a voice because you don't know who's voting and it's very corrupt. And we also want them to release the water. If they released the water, they wouldn't have had a problem. If they released the water when I told them to, because I told them to do it 7 years ago, if they would have done it, you wouldn't have had the problem that you had. You might not have even had a fire. So, but here I don't have that. It's a different thing. You got hit by a storm. The people are incredible. They worked really well. Franklin was fantastic, and other groups. By the way, other groups came in that were also fantastic. And other states came in, Tennessee and a couple of others came in, and they really helped. That's the way it's supposed to be. No, this is a different kind of a thing.
Mr. President, have you decided how much funding you would allocate for disaster relief in North Carolina?
About what?
Have you decided how much funding you would allocate for disaster relief?
I have to see what it is.
Mr. President,
Are you disappointed that Senator Schiff hasn't joined you on this trip? It's reported you invited Senator Schiff to join you on this trip and he was too busy. Are you disappointed?
I don't know. I was told that Schiff was going to travel with us to California. I wasn't thrilled, to be honest with you. And I saw him last night on television. It looks like he got hit with a baseball bat or something. What happened to him? Something happened to him. It looked like he got hit. It looked like he got beat around. But I'll ask Caroline to find out what happened to him. No, if he wanted to come out, I would have done that. But I don't know. Somebody said that he wanted to come on the plane, but I think he's staying back for the votes. There's some pretty good votes going on. Yeah.
Mr. President, what is your timeline for getting rid of FEMA?
For this one.
You just talked about possibly getting rid of FEMA. What timeline are you looking at, and how would you do that?
Well, we're looking here. Here, you're talking about. To start, we're going to start immediately, timeline. And to finish, it's going to be a period of time. You know, people are also rebuilding their houses. How long does it take to build a house, right? It takes a time. And I want them to build houses bigger, better, nicer than they had before, so they can have, at least they get something out of this disaster. This was a real disaster. No, timeline will be fast. In terms of infrastructure, I think very fast. I want to thank Elon, because Elon was able to get us communication systems, as you know, Starlink. We had no communication. The first day I got here, I was asked by one of the people, one of the really great representatives, professionals, that, is there any way you could get Starlink here? Because they had no communication whatsoever. And I called up Elon Musk, and he had, hundreds of units brought here, brought immediately. And it's hard to get. They couldn't get them before. And that made a lot of difference. I think it saved a lot of lives, actually. Yeah. Infrastructure-wise, we'll do it quickly.
Sir, can you just talk about how long you think it might take to get rid of FEMA? What's the timeline on that? If you're going to roll it back?
Yeah, I would say, look, as far as I'm concerned, I'm not really thinking about FEMA right now here. I'm thinking about Michael Watley, and I'm thinking about the 3 Congress people that you just heard from, and also the other people in Congress, and they'll be working with the governor. So That's what I see.
Change the subject real quickly. The Lakin Riley Act was signed by Mike Speaker Johnson yesterday.
Right.
When do you anticipate to sign that into
Well, we're
office?
honored by that. Lakin Riley, I was there at the time, and we had a big meeting with the parents right after that horrible thing took place. And we have an act. You all know what that act represents. And it was a bipartisan bill. Many Democrats signed onto it. That's something that is a tribute to Lakin, a beautiful young lady who was killed viciously by an illegal alien. And we passed a very powerful bill, and it was just approved, and we'll have a ceremony sometime very shortly. I'll be signing it. In other words, if you're asking, I will definitely be signing it. Okay? Yeah.
Mr. President, the security detail for Anthony Fauci was terminated last night, and I'm wondering if you have any comment on that.
About what?
The security detail for Anthony Fauci was terminated last night, sir. Do you have a comment?
No, I think, when you work for government, at some point your security detail comes off. And, you can't have them forever. So I think it's very standard. If it would be for somebody else, you wouldn't be asking the question. The question is very fair. But, you work for government. We took some off, other people too. But you can't have a security detail for the rest of your life because you work for government.
For it to be taken off, sir?
Yeah, we'll see what happens.
Would you feel partially responsible if something were to happen to, say, Dr. Fauci
No.
or John Bolton?
No. They all made a lot of money. They can hire their own security too. All the people you're talking about, they can go out. I can give them some good numbers of very good security people. They can hire their own security. They all made a lot of money. Fauci made a lot of money. They all did. So if they, felt that strongly, I think that certainly I would not take responsibility.
North Carolina is a state that relies on trade and manufacturing. Are you going to have an announcement on new tariffs coming soon? Is there a timeline now?
Yeah, the tariffs are going to make our country rich. We're going to be a rich, rich country very soon. Tariffs are going to make it rich, and competence. We have common sense, competence, and tariffs. The word tariff is one of the most beautiful words in the dictionary.
Now, Jonathan Reynolds, the business secretary of the United Kingdom, said that there's an even trade between the U.S. and the UK, so they shouldn't have tariffs. Does trade imbalances or a balanced trade affect tariffs and your decisions?
Yeah, unbalanced and balance, and also deficits. Like with Canada, we lose $200 billion a year with Canada. That's because we allow them to make cars. We allow them to take lumber. We don't need their cars. We don't need their lumber. We don't need their food products because we make the same products right on the other side of the border. It's sort of crazy. So we've just allowed that, bad management has allowed it over the last 4 years in particular to become very imbalanced. And I said I call him Governor Trudeau, but he's Prime Minister Trudeau when he was Prime Minister. I asked him, why would we do that? Why? And he was unable to give me an answer. He said, I don't know. And I said, do you think it's fair that we're paying $200 billion to keep Canada going? And what would happen? I asked him, what would happen if we didn't do that? If we didn't subsidize Canada? He said, we'd be a failed nation. And I said, then you should be a state. Because why are we paying all of that money to Canada when, we could use it ourselves, right? So we take care of their military. We're going to order about 40 Coast Guard big icebreakers, big ones. And all of a sudden, Canada wants a piece of the deal. I say, why are we doing that? I mean, I like doing that if they're a state, but I don't like doing that if they're a nation. Also, they've been very nasty to us on trade. Historically, Canada has been very, very bad to us, very unfair to us on trade. So we'll see how it all works out.
So, the United Kingdom
I
might
would
be
love
the
to see
spot.
Canada be the 51st state. The Canadian citizens, if that happened, would get a very big tax cut, tremendous tax cut, because they're very highly taxed. And you wouldn't have to worry about military. You wouldn't have to worry about many of the things. You'd have better health coverage. You'd have much better health coverage. So I think the people of Canada would like it, if it's explained. But just to start off, they'd have a massive tax cut. And they'd have a lot more business because then we'd let business go to Canada routinely and there'd be no tariffs. If we did that, there'd be no tariffs.
The United Kingdom might be in a better spot
First,
then.
Reverend Franklin Graham has been a great asset to the state. Talk a little bit about the way the Samaritan Purse has helped North Carolina.
Yes, say once again, the first.
Reverend Franklin Graham has been a big part of Samaritan Purse and their aid to North Carolina. Just want to get your thoughts
Well,
on that.
Franklin Graham has been a big asset to the state. His father was a big asset to the state, to the country, both of them. I just think this. I think Franklin and other people that are doing what Franklin have done. But I've known Franklin so long. He was at the inauguration. He made a speech, beautiful prayer. He does a great job. And we made a big donation, and it was money well spent. Sometimes you make donations, it's not well spent. He's done a great job here. He's done a really great job. So I want to thank you. We're going to the site now, and one of the sites, and for those that haven't seen it, you won't even believe it, but not enough work was done. We'll get it done fast. And I can speak for the Republican congressman. We're going to knock it out, right? We're going to knock it out. And I think we take it very personally, because North Carolina was very unfairly treated, very, very unfairly treated. And it was obvious. It was too obvious. And we're going to make up for lost time. So thank you to the people of North Carolina. Thank you, everybody.
Yeah, Dyson said he saw it.
Pull me out.
Yeah, Dyson said he saw it.
No worries, those prices are so no drop. Okay. Awesome. No worries.
Go back to chance for the other band.
Right. Hey. You got to look at it back, sure.
Everybody good? Thanks, Brian.
And he says it's close. It's getting close. 9,100 feet. Vegas Joe, big thank you to you, sending 20 memberships to the LA Flights family as we wait for Air Force One. I am scanning the distance right now. I'm not seeing anything. Okay, you're gonna have to let me know. I'm not seeing it on radar, but I'm using a different tracking app apparently. So on the tracking app, that's not showing it. So let me know. Okay, so it's over Chino Hills. Yes, is that what the viewers are saying?
2 for left, Victor, ground point 65.
So Diamond Bar, yes. Okay, I'm not saying it, but there's no more arrivals. That's it. No more arrivals. There's airport ops. You see it. We're going to zoom into this guy right here. Airport ops will be doing a runway inspection. And I think, depending on which runway they inspect.
About 3 minutes before VIP.
Okay, so depending on which runway they inspect, that's the runway that Air Force One will be landing on. My guess, 24 right. But then again, it could be landing on 24 left.
City up 00 from Echo 6, proceed on runway 24 left.
Wow. Do you know something?
Runway section progress, runway 24 left.
24 left, isn't it? I just thought of something. Hubble is not going to be a good camera for 24 left. I'm going to have to do a quick camera change. Let's take a look. Yeah, there you go. I'm going to have to do a quick camera change. All right, let's take a look. All right, runway inspection in progress. So I guess we will use the non-hyper zoom camera after all. All right, runway inspection completed. So now we know that the Air Force One will be landing on runway 24 left. All right, we are using the non-hyper zoom lens now. This is it. The excitement is real. The hype is real. I am so excited. I can't see Air Force One. Do you know something? I think I'm starting to see it. Here we go. You ready? We're going to zoom in. Remember, the goal of the day is 15,000 likes. 1,000 away, just about 900. We are zooming in right now. LA flights zooming in to Air Force One, landing at LAX in a matter of minutes. We have it on our screen. Air Force One is visible to us. All right, we are fully zoomed in. Air Force One will be flying directly above us in about 3 minutes. Let's keep the live chat nice and peaceful, full of friendly vibes, my friends. As we see Air Force One directly in front of the LA Flights cameras, gear down. I am not seeing it on radar. Should be crossing the 710 right now.
Force One, LA Tower, wind 250 at 10, runway 24 left, clear to land.
And it looks like the pilots are on a different frequency, but we just heard the tower clear. Air Force One to land. Absolutely incredible. Get ready. You're about to see the smoothest touchdown ever. Every single time we see Air Force One touchdown in front of our cameras, the smoothest landings you will ever see. The President of the United States on board, of course, Air Force One, flying in from North Carolina. We should see Air Force One take off around 6 p.m., give or take a few minutes. The takeoff is at 6 p.m. LA flights will be live to cover the takeoff, flying to Las Vegas, where the president will spend the night in Vegas. 6 p.m. the departure time. We will be live. All right, just about 45 seconds, and Air Force One will be flying right above us. What a beautiful sight. The most iconic aircraft, in my opinion, the most recognizable aircraft in the entire world, about to fly above us, just around 130 knots. Let's take it in. Absolutely majestic aircraft. I'm sure one of the smoothest landings we will ever see. Get ready. The President of the United States will leave Air Force One, will board the helicopter that will be called Marine One in a matter of minutes. We're going to see the presidential aerial entourage take off in a few minutes, in about 5 to 10 minutes. The north side is still in a complete lockdown as we speak. We have 3 Ospreys and
Unable taxi to park.
letting ATC just hold on. Don't want to interrupt ATC. Okay, they just cleared Air Force One to the parking area. What do you think of that? All this happening in front of LA flights. That was an incredible landing. Wow. The hype is real. The excitement is real as we welcome Air Force One to Los Angeles International. All this in front of LA flights. Okay, as we can see, Air Force One exiting 24 left, proceeding to the parking area. History has shown it, okay? History shows that it takes about 5 to 10 minutes for the president to board Marine One and for those Ospreys to start taking off. 3 V-22 Ospreys waiting for the president. Hit that like button if you are excited to see this aircraft here at LAX. Nearing 16,000. Remember, the channel's record is 17,000. If you guys are excited, you know what to do. Air Force One on taxiway Echo, taxiing eastbound on Echo. Are we fully zoomed in? Yes, actually we're not. Wait, get a little closer than this. All right, all the arrivals, all the takeoffs right now. I'm counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 arrivals heading to the south side. No one is allowed to land. No one is allowed to even taxi or even push back from their gates. Right now in the north side, there's a ramp freeze, complete lockdown in the north. No arrivals, no takeoffs, no taxis. While the president is still here at the airport.
For information, Charlie, current altimeter 29905.
The channel record 17,000 likes is only 400 away. 17 incredible numbers, my friends. Welcome to LA Flights. If you're finding the channel for the first time today, I want to welcome you to this channel. We cover LAX. We also go across the country and we bring live aviation action from so many incredible airports across the country, around the world. I'm Peter. Welcome to LA Flights. Friendly vibes as always here on LA Flights. Friendly vibes on this channel.
Leaving the Bravo, contact Santa Monica 120.1.
And as we always say, let's be kind to the LA Flights moderators, my friends. LA Flights mods rock. Let's be kind to the LA Flights mods. If you guys are excited, don't fill the chat with a whole bunch of friendly vibes as we welcome Air Force One to LAX. Little E-175, there you go. This is the first one being released. A very excited E-175, not waiting. Looks like they lifted the ramp freeze. This one heading to the parking area, Terminal 2. Yeah, there you go. Look at this. We're starting to see more and more planes push back now. We're having Southwest. We're having the Delta terminals. We have a little Avianca pushing from the international terminal. Looks like the planes are starting to push back. Let's go and zoom in. Action is starting up again. Look at that. We have the Avianca. We have the Delta flights. We should start having arrivals pretty soon. We have Southwest. I'm very excited. That was so exciting. So listen, 6 p.m., okay? 6 p.m. and we should see the takeoff, okay? So President Trump is only here for a few hours, okay? He's only here for a few hours. We're going to see Air Force One take off around 6, give or take a few minutes. 6 p.m., the takeoff. Don't miss it. Oh, look at that. A very excited E-175 on taxiway Echo. I believe this is a south side arrival. This one couldn't land in the north, had to go south. A little bit of a scenic trip around LAX to go to the parking area today. This is the one from San Jose, California. Currently, believe it or not, that little E-175 is the 8th most tracked in the entire world right now. Well, there you go. Let's go and take a look. We have the Aeromexico 737 also being released. This one being able to go to the gates and park. And I say again, thank you guys so much. Mods rock. Okay, let's be kind to the moderators. They do so much for the channel as we keep this chat full of friendly vibes, okay? Full of plane talk, aviation, friendly vibes, okay? Friendly vibes on the LA Flights chat, okay? Come on, everybody, go for it. Friendly vibes.
One, two. Check. 1, 1, 2. 2. Ha, 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 ha. Check. Check 1. Check 2. Check 1, 1, 2. Check 1, 1, 2. Check.
I know, but
Check.
this is Flotus. You see, we need to keep her in the photo. Thank you.
everybody didn't see it, but that person standing there next to the ramp to the plane is that third of a Governor Gavin Newsom. Just joining us, we are covering Trump's visit to Los Angeles. We surveyed the damage from the Los Angeles fires. I'm not going to call them wildfires because we all know they were intentional. But so we're going to cover that all the way from the landing of Air Force One, which you guys just saw, to him meeting with Gavin Newsom right here, and the press conference he's going to give, and then when he goes back to Air Force One and leaves for LA, not LA, I'm sorry, leaves for Las Vegas. He's going to be spending the night in Las Vegas tonight. So that's what we're doing. We're just cover the best. I'm going to go through and find the best shots for you. That way you don't have to switch channels. You can just get everything you need all right here. So stick with me and let's enjoy. Gavin Newsom is happy to see Trump. I think he's standing there with Joe, more happy to see him. Put one in the chat if you think Newsom's happy that Trump just flew to LA to meet him. There we go. We have Trump and Melania coming down the ramp, and they're going to meet with Gavin Newsom, who is standing right down here. There's that smug SOB. So fake. I can't stand Newsom. He's so fake and phony. Let's see if we get any remarks for the cameras. I mean, for the press.
Hello, everybody. So we just left North Carolina a little while ago. We have that in very good shape. We have the congressman in charge and Michael Watley, and we're going to do a lot of work. We have the Army Corps of Engineers working as they are here. and I think you're going to see some very big progress. They left them high and dry, and now we're going to be taking a little tour with some of the people from the area. I appreciate the governor coming out and meeting me, Kevin. Thank you very much, and we'll be talking a little bit. We want to get it fixed. We want to get the problem fixed, and there'll be some ways, but it's like you got hit by a bomb, right?
Yeah.
Like you got hit by a bomb. Would you like to say something?
Most importantly, thank you for being here. It means a great deal to all of us, and not just the folks in Palisades, the folks in Altadena that were devastated. We're going to need your support. We're going to need your help. You were there for us during COVID. I don't forget that. And I have all the expectations that we'll be able to work together to get this speedy recovery.
We will. We got to get it done. Tremendous numbers of lives have been affected. A lot of real estate's been affected. Nobody's ever probably seen anything like this. You could almost say since the Second World War, when you think of it. I mean, nothing like this has happened. And we're going to get it fixed. So we'll get it permanently fixed so it can't happen again. And again, we'll be talking a little bit later, and we'll get it worked out, okay?
I appreciate it, Mr. President.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Both of you have disagreed a lot over the past week over what has happened in this state. How do you plan to?
We got to get it finished. We're looking to get something completed. And the way you get it completed is to work together. He's the governor of the state. And we're going to get it completed. They're going to need a lot of federal help. Unless you don't need any, which would be okay.
We're going to need a lot of federal help.
So we're going to take care of things. Okay?
I have all the confidence in the world we'll work that out.
Thank you. Thank you. I guess some of you are coming with us, some of you not. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'll see you. Go, buddy. Go.
And that was a little mini impromptu press conference that Trump and Newsom just gave right here. As always, Trump is more than a man than I am. There's no way I could be as nice as pie as Trump was to Newsom's face. After all the horrible things that man has done, there's no way I could be nice to him. So Trump is a way better man than I am. Anyway, so like I said, that was the impromptu press conference. There is another longer, full press conference scheduled in just a little bit. So once he takes off in the helicopter here, we're going to transition to that and wait for that one to start. Stick with me, and I will make sure that you guys have the best view for the event. Everything going on, I'll make sure I get you the best channel that's covering it, and you get everything right here.
You gotta get to the front. All the way to the front. Okay. Are you on the floor tonight? Yeah. With the hardest thing? Yeah. Here. Nice right there.
a little dark, but what you guys are seeing right now is the press are still recording live from they're on Marine One. They're live streaming from Marine One as it's about to take off to survey the fire damage. So that's what you're listening to, even though the camera is pretty dark. I don't know how long this live stream is going to last, but what you guys are doing is you're riding along, getting a bird's eye view, riding along from inside of Marine One as you're taking off to survey wildfire damage, or the fire damage, let's say, not wildfire. we lost our live shot on Marine One, so we are back to the press conference scheduled to begin here that Trump is on his way to now after he surveys the fire damage. If the shots come back at the live stream from Marine One comes back, I will switch over to that again. And like I said, I'm gonna give you guys the best streams that I can find here. So going to the here we go.
I don't.
I don't know what is going on here, guys. Apparently, there's a drone up here. I'm hoping this is our drone. I'm hoping that this drone belongs to us and we are using it to also survey the damage. But I hope it's nothing else because that worries me. I'm sure that worries a lot of you guys. But hopefully, it's nothing like that. Hopefully, it's just our drone. Definitely don't see that every day, though. A drone flying right there alongside Marine One. By the way, guys, please like and share this stream. Get it out to more people that would more people see it. Do that, I would have been very much appreciated.
everybody. So we just left North Carolina a little while ago. We have that in very good shape. We have the congressman in charge and Michael Watley, and we're going to do a lot of work. We have the Army Corps of Engineers working as they are here. And I think you're going to see some very big progress. They left them high and dry. And now we're going to be taking a little tour with some of the people from the area. I appreciate the governor coming out and meeting me, Governor, very much. And we'll be talking a little bit. We want to get it fixed. We want to get the problem fixed. And there'll be some ways, but it's like you got hit by a bomb, right?
Yeah.
It's like you got hit by a bomb. Would you like to say something?
Most importantly, thank you for being here. It means a great deal to all of us, and not just the folks in Palisades, the folks in Altadena that were devastated. We're going to need your support. We're going to need your help. You were there for us during COVID. I don't forget that. And I have all the expectations that we'll be able to work together to get this speedy recovery.
We will. We're going to get it done. Tremendous numbers of lives have been affected. A lot of real estate's been affected. Nobody's ever probably seen anything like this. You could almost say since the Second World War, when you think of it. I mean, nothing like this has happened. And we're going to get it fixed. So we'll get it permanently fixed so it can't happen again. And again, we'll be talking a little bit later, and we'll get it worked out, okay?
I appreciate it, Mr. President.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Both of you have disagreed a lot over the past week over what has happened in this state. How do you plan to
We got to
put your
get it
differences
finished.
aside?
We're looking to get something completed. And the way you get it completed is to work together. He's the governor of the state. And we're going to get it completed. They're going to need a lot of federal help. Unless you don't need any, which should be okay.
We're going to need a lot of federal help.
So we're going to take care of things. Okay?
I have all the confidence in the world we'll work that out.
Thank you, brother. Thank you. I guess some of you are coming with us, and some of you not. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'll see you.
The latest updates from fire crews show the
communications team at the White House releasing all of these incredible accomplishments, whether they be in the form of executive order or even legislatively, as we look forward to President Trump is expected to sign the Laken Riley Act, also the Born Alive Act, as his first two bills and pieces of legislation that will become law, even possibly this weekend, if not by Monday morning.
Exactly. So his first bill to sign into law is the Laken Riley Act. So we will be seeing that information here soon. We also interviewed Representative Eli Crane the other day, and also Representative John McGuire, 2 Navy SEALs out of the 6 Navy SEALs in Congress, working on and co-sponsoring the Laken Riley Act. So I'm going to get the specifics on the act here. I want to read it verbatim so we know exactly, instead of, we don't have a prompter to read from here right now. So I want to read you what it is. It's now a law, when President Trump signs it, that the Department of Homeland Security will detain illegal immigrants charged with or convicted of theft related crimes, assaulting a police officer, or a crime that results in death or serious bodily injury like drunk driving. So this is, of course, on, the University of Georgia campus, as you know, there with that terrible situation there. But that's why President Trump has declared a national emergency on the southern border.
And that's why so many of these DAs ended up losing re-election, whether that was George Gascon in Los Angeles County, or even the Athens DA was not up for re-election because how she chose to prosecute the case. She took the death penalty off of the table, and therefore the victim impact statements actually came into the record, and these poor girls, these roommates and family members all gave gut-wrenching testimony. I had spent an afternoon watching it for roughly about 3 hours. It was televised, and it was heartbreaking. And truly, these girls will live on with PTSD. They were like sisters to Laken. And one of them actually had mentioned, her name was Connolly, that she could not go and attend their normal jogging session in the afternoon in a very well-lit area. That's why it was amazing that no one was around in this park, a very popular park off the campus of the University of Georgia, where she was brutally attacked and raped and murdered. It's such a tragic story that could have been prevented. And that's what's, any murder, anything that is evil is a horrible situation. But so much of this was preventable and ignored by the Biden administration. And to hear the victim impact statement, something that will stick with me and really something that will haunt my memory. So my prayers go out to the family and friends and the victims in this moment. And it was a speedy case because there was so much overwhelming evidence. Even former President Bill Clinton said on the campaign trail in rural Georgia, if they had actually just had a safer process, a more streamlined immigration process, and not let so many people come over here just willy-nilly, it probably wouldn't have been talking about the issue. And to his point, I think he was correct there.
Yeah, and those victim statements, I mean, it was something else. I mean, I watched from the Georgia courtroom coverage of that, and the amount of impact that is for everyone to deal with. Again, that's why we have the Laken Riley Act about to be law in this country. As we see that live picture there in Los Angeles. Speaking of prevention, how about wildfire prevention for the 24 lives that were lost there in Los Angeles? So President Trump is going to do everything he can to help the situation there in LA, but also to put into place with the Department of Interior and others to take care of the region there in Los Angeles so something like this doesn't happen again. Let's look at some of the containment information here. It looks like the fires are at all 100% contained from the Oak Fire, Archer Fire, the Scout Fire. We're looking at a huge map. There's still about 77% containment at the Pacific Palisades. So literally, as we go on this aerial tour with the president and you, the viewer, as we kind of do this together, the Pacific Palisades still has that solid 23% still to go, or 23% that is still not on fire there. So we may see flames or smoke in Pacific Palisades as we do this aerial tour. And then President Trump will be landing soon, and he'll tour one of the neighborhoods devastated by fire. So many stories right now out there in Los Angeles. Of course, the second largest city in the United States, and a state that is so fed up, I believe. I mean, think about it, being a citizen in California, dealing with all of the high taxes and all of the more California, as they say. They just want to see success there and have someone like President Trump back in office. Obviously, there are a number of liberals still there, but a lot of them are probably saying, we need someone like Trump. I mean, look at this here, the aerial tour as they have, I believe, landed right there. Is that right? Yep. Looks like they've landed.
So they have landed and prepared to do more surveilling of the area, and then, of course, go into this meeting. But to your point, Matthew, I think people are tired of their government not working for them, because the reason it exists first and foremost is the protection of citizens, the general welfare of the United States. From the federal level, that's with the protection of the military. And of course, your state and local government exists to protect you with your police officers, with your firemen, paramedics. And thank God that there are people that are still willing to go into these fires to do such difficult jobs that are dangerous, that really when they put that uniform on, they don't know if they're coming home. And I have a dear
Just so you guys are aware, the volume, no volume is on there and not on mine. So this is earlier. This is about 15 minutes ago when President Trump touched down and met with Gavin Newsom. And then they took off in Marine One and flew around surveying the damage. And now they just landed and are about to survey some more damage. And then they're going to give a longer press conference, which I'm going to cover everything right here for you. So stay tuned.
in the back.
We have received several questions about firefighters traveling to California to assist with wildfires being delayed or turned away. Verify viewers.
We didn't know who was going to be attending this meeting. I mean, we found out what today?
Yeah, right. Well, they were throwing it together. As of yesterday, there was a rumor it wouldn't happen. Now, the president wanted to go to North Carolina, and that's a much quicker trip. And he wanted to go to Nevada for the thank you event. And he knew he needed to do this. It's not that he didn't want to, but there's always been a conflict between a Trump administration and the state of California. But there has been cooperation. Once again, I get back to the fact that everything Gavin Newsom wanted from him in his first term, he got. And the governor was very appreciative of that. And so I think you're going to see a little more of that. It'll be interesting how the mayor is able to navigate this, because that's a frosty relationship as well.
Conan, do we know who was inside the helicopter?
I don't.
We saw the first lady, we saw the president, but I did see another person with
Right.
them.
You know, the Army Corps, the head of the Army Corps of Engineers may have been there. I possibly LA City and LA County Fire. It'll be interesting to know who was on that helicopter, but I'm not sure.
I asked you about guarantees coming out of this meeting. I'm going to kind of lessen the load here. Do you think the folks here sitting at these tables will leave satisfied after their meeting with?
And I think they'll feel a lot better. I think they're feeling better now. That's, you know, the mayor seems to be in a good mood, and that's because I think they wanted him in that aircraft to take a look, because they know what that's like. And just the fact he's here is a positive sign. And so I think they're optimistic that seeing here, Annabelle, as you were pointing out, putting eyeballs on the disaster and a direct connection to people that have lost, that cuts through all the politics of Washington and all the acrimony that we've seen. And that gets right to the heart of the issue. And I think they know that in that room, and they think the president knows that as well.
Do we know if we know that the governor was just cleared today to meet with the president at the tarmac when he arrived there at the airport? Do we expect him to be in this meeting?
I don't think so. That would be inaudible, frankly, if he is if the president said, "Hey, make sure Gavin's at the fire station." So it's sort of unclear. This was like a lot of events, sort of put together at the last minute. You know, I don't know exactly when they determined that they were going to come out here. The president said it on Monday, but it'll be interesting to see whether or not you know, the governor shows up. And to, you know, the governor may not want to be at this meeting, frankly, because he had his time with him. He doesn't want to overextend it, and the locals have to use their influence as well. It can't be just the Gavin Newsom show.
Based on who we see, and I know it's very difficult, but there's a larger picture of that live shot behind us, Conan. That's where I'm getting my information. But based on who's in this room right now, who do we expect to hear from the most? Who is going to be front and center of the president when he gets there?
Well, that's a good question. I think you'll probably hear, yeah, I'm probably wrong on these things, but he may ask the federal representatives of the district. He may ask Judy Chu and Brad Sherman to say something. He may ask the mayor, and that would be appropriate. There's frequently, if there's a federal representative, like the head of the Army Corps of Engineers, they often take a role in talking. If there's a federal individual, such as the head of FEMA, they often will help navigate the conversation. He likes to have people, he likes to talk to people who agree with him on stuff. He likes to start off that way. So if there's a Republican in the room, even if they don't represent that area, they may also get, initially, they almost get a question. What do you think of this? So that we can hear, Mr. President, we're so happy you're here. Although he's going to hear that from the Democrats too.
I think everyone in that room will chime in. Yeah.
It's interesting. And so we are awaiting that meeting to happen. And it will happen shortly after he meets or he tours the Pacific Palisades area. Again, we still don't know if he is going to tour the Eaton fire, the Altadena area devastated by the Eaton fire.
Highly unlikely at this point.
Right. So we can, you know, so we're just going to have to wait and see what comes out of this meeting to see if aid will also be distributed to the residents of Altadena.
And we have there are surrogates from Altadena within that room who will obviously, you know, plead their case as if a case needs to be pled. But I think, Conan, when we talk about disaster aid, we're talking about for all areas impacted by the wildfires.
Right. But Annabelle's point, though, is important because it's not about the money. The money will be there for Altadena as well as for the Palisades.
Right.
It's about being seen. It's about, you are the chief administrative officer of the country. You are the figurehead of this country. You are the guy. It would feel better for us if you at least mentioned us.
Yeah.
We would love it if you toured the way you did this area. But we just remember you're our president too, every much as you are theirs. And so it's a matter of emotion. It's a matter of feeling, feeling a part of the answer and not just an afterthought.
And we've, again, and I talk about the surrogates only because we know why the president is here, but you have leaders like Gavin Newsom who bring up the Eaton fire and the folks of Altadena. You have Catherine Barger who's in the room. You have Representative Judy Chu who's in the room. Again, as surrogates, but to your point, Conan, yes, the optics perhaps of not visiting the Altadena area, might make some people feel some sort of way, but like a mere mention.
A mere mention would be nice. And remember, you're looking at all the electeds here, members of Congress, Board of Supervisors, perhaps a city council member or two there. This is their job. This is why we elect them. I mean, there are a few members of the LA City Council, to my amazement, who if you ask them, is public safety the #1 priority of the city? It always has been. Every mayor will tell you that. Every city council member before will tell you, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Police and fire, absolutely. We have to protect you. Some will say, well, it's one of many things that we're supposed to do. Well, no. This is in the wheelhouse of why we elect people to public office, to help us out when the really bad stuff happens. And so the measure of their ability to do their job is being taken right now.
So we do have team coverage here. We have our Karma Dickerson, who's out in the Pacific Palisades area, along with our Alex Rosier, also talking to families who've been impacted by this and who will also talk about the president's visit and what this means to them, right? So it will be interesting to hear what they have to say as far as the president coming to their neighborhood and taking a look for himself. And the First Lady as well is seeing it for herself, what this all means to them.
Right. Now, I think what you're going to hear from the president as well, and this will be part of the discomfort, is that there's the potential of a little lecturing. You guys built too close to the ocean, or you haven't done, you don't have enough. What about that San Ynez Reservoir, et cetera, et cetera. That'll all be very uncomfortable. And I must say, all he would need to do is read the LA Times. They did an exhaustive look at plans going back, decades to make the Palisades more resilient, and they never happened. It's a bit of an indictment, certainly on county government, because they had all sorts of projects, right, and they knew there was a problem, and so yeah, there will be a little bit of a lecture. There's Jim McDonald, the chief of the LAPD, standing right in front of the camera. He's a veteran of all sorts of disasters, including the Northridge earthquake, amongst others. And but I think once we get through that part of the lecturing that we might get, it will be back to what can we do to help. And how can we be there? And we're going to fix it. I mean, we heard that on the tarmac. We're going to fix this. Well, it's going to take a long time, but with the federal government helping out as best it can, as we've seen in the past, it could give people not just the resources, but the hope that they could get back to their lives sooner than they thought.
I think everybody just wants to breathe a sigh of relief, especially with the president now in town, touring from that chopper, the devastation of the Palisades area, and getting an earful about the devastation over in Altadena with the Eaton fire.
You are so
All
right.
right. We want to let you know the president's visit comes as communities impacted by the Eaton and Palisades fire prepare for potential debris flow. A weekend storm is moving in, and some neighborhoods are still blocked off.
That's right. So special crews are going out today, laying down sandbags. Our First Alert weather team is tracking down the rain and when we'll see the largest downpours.
Meteorologist Shauna Maniola is here with what you need to know. Shauna.
All right, let's get to it, because from the wind, we are going to rain here this weekend, and with that, there may be some significant impacts to those recent burn areas. So looking at the key elements here in terms of the rain, we're looking at light to moderate rainfall here with this next round. It's the first time that we're seeing measurable rain since last year in May. And even at that, the rainfall was about 1/10 of an inch. So really haven't seen much at all. This is going to produce possibly up to 1/2 an inch of rain for most locations. But if you're in the foothills or under an area where you do see a thunderstorm, it could be up to 1.5 inches. Now looking at snow as well with this storm, it's expected to be a cold one. So all our local mountains are possibly going to see up to about 12 inches of snow maybe. And for the rain, we are watching those recent burn scars as there's a flood watch for those areas, not for everyone, but for these main areas, just because of the fact that we don't have much growth to hold in any of that rain that does fall. Depending on the rainfall rates, we'll monitor that for you. Overall, we expect this to start off light and then pick up.
Some of those, hill and mountain slides and mudslides there when it comes to parts of the mountain. Of course, in Western North Carolina, as you see the president from a distance there in Los Angeles, getting ready to walk to the neighborhood affected. A lot of neighborhoods, of course, affected in Pacific Palisades, just north of Los Angeles. That is a live look right now. And just to finish up on Western North Carolina, the flooding was unbelievable, as you guys know. Elon Musk hurrying up with the Starlink, getting the communications there. President Trump making trips as soon as possible. And now as president earlier today. So if you missed any of our coverage, if you'd like to scrub back a little bit, check it out. That'd be great. But in the meantime, we are live right now at 7:01 Eastern time. Let's go there live and just listen in, even if it's if there's no audio in the sense of anybody talking or any press conference, that kind of thing. Let's just take a break right now and watch together the president and the first lady in Los Angeles, California.
Stay low, please, guys. Stay low, down in front.
Next stop, it's just right down there, and he'll head that way too. Yeah, it's just right down that next driveway.
You might be wondering what's going on there. Of course, the cameraman taking the camera off of the sticks, as we call them, the tripod, and getting ready to be into position for more coverage there. As you saw the president and the first lady walking, we'll keep that one over there where it belongs for now, as we see the LA briefing about to happen there with the president and then the governor of California. My name is Matthew Alvarez alongside Robert McNeely. Of course, you might have seen Robert live in Washington, D.C., along with Megan Kohler and Christina Loren, as we've been covering the inauguration at great length here. And of course, all of the executive orders live in the Oval Office back in Washington, D.C., as we have various live feeds around the country. So if that's the president, we will go right back to it here in just a second. I don't see him quite yet, but we will go there. This might be what's happening here. Are some of the neighbors, some of the people within the devastation and the Pacific Palisades. Why don't we just go ahead and go there now? Let's go there. Yeah, let's go there live right now as the president is on his way, most likely to meet up with them. Let's go to Pacific Palisades.
Hey, you're welcome. Hey guys, what kind of shit?
This is Chris Mia.
Thank you so much. Dobar dan. Dobar dan, kako ste? Hvala što ste došli. Ja sam došla kad sam bila 10 godina. Da. Hvala puno. Bili smo bolje. Jedan blok dole. Da. Sa moj muž i Amerikanca od Krista. I da, imamo dva dečaka.
This is a people in this community. Everyone feels lucky to be here.
Bili smo na ključu lokacija, danas smo se finding with them right now. So big location for our PSAs.
The first time I saw him was actually at the park when we were 9 years old.
Pa bili ste doma kad ste vidjeli ovdje?
Da, ja imam mis naša kuća na ovoj strani. Kad je počela rat na ovoj strani, on je bio Bosan. Dakle, idi gore na balkon, ja sam nazvala koordinacije.
That's where people need help. This is a community that has a lot of resources, but it's also a very multi-generational community with people that don't have the resources. And I think that a lot of people feel that we've been kind of abandoned and let down by local leadership. The fire department's been amazing, but they need more resources. And in order for us to go back, we need better infrastructure. Yeah. We're gonna need small businesses. We're gonna need Frankly, we need help from you guys.
Adesso ragazzi.
Oh my God, look at our little house. I know. Speaking the language.
I saw the cup.
I know.
I saw the cups on your face.
Yeah. So sad. Yeah.
Please
Like we thought, you know, she came here and build a life in the house and family.
This is the second
From
time.
nothing and building up and becoming successful, and then suddenly she has no children. And
So we can't afford to.
We're working on it.
Yeah. It's incredible. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Mike and Gabby. Not even believable. It's really not believable.
Yeah.
What do you suggest? What do you suggest? Look at them as just having a meeting with the officials with all of them. We have
The state.
Yeah, these guys have. Yeah, I saw that on television. After this.
Yeah.
Everybody says
Yeah. I mean, no tools.
No tools.
You don't have anything. You just.
These guys go out to battle. They don't have anything.
Obviously, no fun to look at that picture right there. So hopefully we can minimize that one for now until it gets stationary again. The reason why this happens, as we have covered events like this, the Secret Service and the press team for the Trump administration say usually, and you might have heard it before, okay, press, let's move over this way, right? So he's just simply picking up the camera with the tripod over his shoulder usually and just walking over to the next.
Want to come back? Task Force 59. Team boot. Freeze and on. Two.
Nobody's ever seen it. Never, you guys never seen it. You've never seen it.
They're okay. Where they are. There's an order. It's an honor. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, everybody. People up there. So you said you
It's an honor.
It's not going to go fast. It's already going fast. See what's happening. Yes, sir. Thank you. See you later. A lot of people. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Welcome back, sir. We missed you. Thank you, sir, we're going to take a group photo.
Okay. Let's let you do that. We're going to do something over here.
We got two of them on the sides of it.
All right, you guys come this way, angle it. All right, right there.
We're going to be right over here, sir. You're going to aim this way, sir. Perfect. Everybody just scoot back just a little bit right there.
Celebrating your 47th birthday. It's beyond belief that you're so happy. We trust in you and we're all it's really good. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
A lot of good group of people. Is this an actual?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's a heavy sucker.
They're heavy.
All strong. All strong.
Let's go. Let's go.
Right here, sir.
We're going to take a picture. Right here. Excellent. Okay, and we're going to do it in 3, 2, 1. Right here. 3, 2, 1. Thank you.
Well, we won't let you down, fellas.
sir. Thank you, sir.
You know, you want to go do, I will do it. You want to do real fast with the other ones, we'll do just line up and we'll do singles. You want to do it? That's what you don't want to do with these guys. You want to single. Let's pick a location. How about by the truck? And then line up and we'll just do, where's my guy? Let's get these great. Dan, we're going to go real fast. We'll do singles.
Right, sir. Get everybody up to the.
Line up here for me, guys. Line over here.
Everybody gets a single picture. It's quick. Down and dirty.
Moving.
In the black shirt.
The one like, and it looks as if they're going to do single pictures together with not only a group photo, but each individual with Dan Scavino there as well, part of President Trump's social media and communications team, and Dan serving again as Deputy Chief of Staff.
Exactly. So Dan Scavino Jr., the social media guru in politics, of course, with the president for numerous years. And if you recall some of our coverage from earlier, we saw the LA mayor on camera earlier, just carrying on and laughing. I made some comments about just the fact of her smiling and carrying on when her city is burning and has burned. And I was pretty harsh in that way. And I think it's okay, because at the end of the day, you know, if I was someone that lived in Los Angeles, I wouldn't want to see the mayor just carrying on and that kind of thing. Now, if you juxtapose that to what President Trump just did, he is out there in the actual environment, boots on the ground with the people, with the neighbors, with the firefighters. So yeah, bringing some joy to the people and smiling. A little bit different of a situation. One that stays behind the desk over here, over in the press, briefing area, or one that's out there on the ground. And that is President Trump over the Democrat mayor. And I thought that Gavin Newsom would be with the president during this tour, but didn't see that. But, enough of that kind of rhetoric as well, because politics, we get the politics on both sides of the aisle, but when you move that to the side, it's the people. We have to figure out how to not have these fires happen ever again. And also what federal government needs can happen immediately, Robert, to just get everything taken care of in that terrible aftermath that we've seen right here live on RSBN.
Again, that's the mission of MAGA, is to streamline these operations, and whether that's from the state or local responses to a potential federal response, streamlining it so that the American people can have a government that's accountable to them. And that's why at the end of the day, I think you had so many people attracted to President Trump's campaign, because you look back 4 short years ago, how good he left the country, even with a COVID crisis at hand, even with different issues that came across his desk, including 2 fake impeachments up until that point, and the Russia hoax that took place, and President Trump overcoming that with his team. And as well as, that's why I'm so excited about this cabinet coming in. We saw John Ratcliffe being confirmed as CIA director, of course, Marco Rubio as Secretary of State, Pete Hegseth getting through that to the final vote now, and likely to become the next defense secretary. It might have to go to a tie-breaking vote with Vice President Pence in there, Vice President Vance in there. But speaking of someone like Pence, speaking of the Millies of the world and other people who were such deep staters that actually were working against President Trump in his first term, it's great to see this MAGA team assembled of people who were Republicans, Democrats, independents alike, who care about we, the people.
We're looking for Pam Bondi to be confirmed, of course, as the United States Attorney General, Pete Hegseth over there, the DOD. Also, Kash Patel as the FBI, the top of the chain there at the FBI. So what I'm thinking is happening right now is you see that this is going to be a briefing there from fire officials and city officials of Los Angeles. President Trump, I believe, is probably right near that building. I think that he's going to be walking in. You could just tell that the people are all getting ready. So what we're seeing is president touring the Pacific Palisades, meeting with victims and neighbors that were affected by this terrible fire, and then taking photos with the fire men and women there. And then we'll walk into this this briefing that he'll have. That'll be the last thing for President Trump on his schedule today, other than heading over to Nevada for the mini rally of sorts tomorrow. So for those of you that are just joining us and you're watching, if you're watching from the Silver State, hello to you. Thank you. The 6 electoral votes went to President Trump, and that's what President Trump will be going to thank you for tomorrow. Circa is the spot where President Trump will have his rally tomorrow. So we'll have that live coverage right here on RSBN with Robert McNeely and, of course, Christina Loren on our way to Vegas right now. We just heard about the whole trip, even though there was a report out of one of the Vegas newspapers that the president was going to hold a rally. That was some days ago, but the confirmation to see that happening as we know that this is a 3-state stop, Robert, North Carolina, California, and Nevada in what, 48 hours?
Right, and that's what he does. 100 hours from taking the oath of office, he has done so much to make America great again and to implement the MAGA agenda through executive orders and the pledge to now sign 2 bills into law, the Laken Riley Act and also the Born Alive Act. This also falling on the March for Life Day. So really incredible coverage today of so many issues that are affecting the American people and their daily lives when it comes to public safety and when it comes to being a voice for the voiceless. And we saw Vice President Vance address the March for Life earlier, along with President Trump via video recording from the Oval Office as he was already wheels down in Asheville, North Carolina.
Exactly. So President Trump, not forgetting those of you in Western North Carolina, he was there even as the president elect, and also, as all over Truth Social, you'll always be posting about various things, including Los Angeles wildfires, including Western North Carolina, and then we'll be in Nevada tomorrow. And that's just the first week of his presidency. Holy smokes. The 100 hours of historic speed that we've seen, Robert. Did we think? Yeah, we thought it was going to. Yeah, we thought. Yeah, whatever.
There's no question, given what we saw in the campaign and what we saw from the first term. It was nonstop. I just think this is with such precision and had to be done very soon, especially rescinding the Biden lame duck initiatives because they were unconstitutional. They're scandalous. And we now know our Congress will investigate those last minute pardons because this is the first time preemptive pardons were ever done in our history. When pardons and commutations happen, there is a charge, there is a conviction. You are rescinding what has happened legally. Nothing happened to members of his family from a legal status. Nothing happened to Fauci and Milley and Cheney, but yet he has preemptively pardoned them.
Yeah, why, right?
Very strange. Very, very strange as to why that is. And we will see that all unfold in the coming weeks and months here.
I believe I did hear the other day from the GOP leadership during a press conference that Speaker Johnson wants to open an investigation into these pardons as well. So a lot of news here at the network. Again, we're live right now. We'll be live tomorrow for the rally in Las Vegas, and then back Monday morning, 9 a.m. for RSBN Live as we continue to cover the moves and the executive orders being signed by the president. Also, on top of that, we saw video on various outlets of the U.S. Marines in or on the southern border today, right now, boots on the ground. So this is a president that is not only words, but action. So again, for those of you watching right now, which I know we have a sizable audience and we've had that, thankfully, thanks to God and thanks to this great network here with all of the loyalty over the years. But we know that that the president right now is doing great things for our country. But what we're talking about is specifically common sense and truth for our nation. So we all want safety. We all want law and order. We all want to be healthier. We all want more money in our bank accounts. We want gas to be lower. We want prices to go down. We want our constitutional rights. And so that's what we want. And if there's someone that's standing for that, which is President Trump, hey, let's go Trump. And we also like President Trump a lot because he's a cool cat. So that's it. There you go. And you can quote that if you'd like. All right, 7:34 here, Robert, as we get ready to see the president in Los Angeles.
You know, another thing too is that we want good, healthy meat and not lab-grown meat, as we've seen even Governor DeSantis tackling that in Florida, because we have to make America healthy again. And one way to do that is to make sure that forest man.
Victims in the Pacific Palisades. They had a nice hug there, just nice, pleasantries as a very difficult time, of course, for the people of Southern California.
They are a very warm couple and quite a team together. They deeply love the American people, and I can attest to just that camaraderie, having met the president on a couple of occasions, but having that in-depth conversation with him back in October in Aurora, Colorado. And it's almost as if you've known him for years. And Melania showed that to the victims here who have lost so much and lost everything. And I'm sure they might have discussed over the phone prior to coming out to California, but her heart just as warm and bright as ever. And even the gentleman, the Army gentleman who danced with her the other night at the Commander in Ball Chief, saying that, Mrs. Trump, I just wanted to mention that when you smile, you light up the room. And it's so true. I mean, she is just so complimentary and has taken on so much. I mean, you think about aside of just celebrity and being involved in this political world, it's a family that's gone through so much, that sacrificed so much to serve the country. And again, the millimeter miracle. I mean, what was that moment like for her, as she has been interviewed on several networks regarding what was it like for you to deal with that moment of almost losing your husband? And it's almost like you can't really put words to it, because everything could have been so different. I mean, he could not be here right now. And think about that, how many millions of lives that would have affected had that assassin been successful. And thank God he wasn't. And thank God he was brought to justice.
Exactly. All right. So just a little bit ago, we interviewed Kendra Norton and a lady by the name of Elizabeth, who lost a lot in Los Angeles. And we don't forget about people like that. When we have those moments with people on television here, regardless if cameras are rolling, regardless if it's live TV, it's a very real thing. And I think that's what our focus is as well, because what matters to the people, what helps someone out, you know, and both Elizabeth and Kendra there in Southern California, most likely watching the coverage to see what President Trump is about to say. So thank you both again for joining us here on the network. I know it's not easy to talk about such a terrible situation, but to be able to open up like that, to share with the American people that they simply need help. They need better fire equipment, more personnel. They need obviously water to be taken in that area. Think about it. The hydrants, what was up with that? I hope that's discussed here.
Right.
What happened to the fire hydrants? Where was the water? Are you kidding?
And that's really in the purview of the mayor's office, and Karen Bass really does have to answer those questions. And hopefully that will be discussed today, you know, and it doesn't necessarily have to be, I got you, just where and why did that fail the people of Los Angeles? So an important question to have.
All right. President Trump, moments away. As we await the president, I want to show you a video that President Trump and the team has just released on Truth Social. Before we get to that video, I just want to let you know, of course, if President Trump walks into this briefing room there, we will cut from that video and go to our live coverage. Let's go to that video right now on RSBN Live.
America begins right now. America's decline is over. We will be working to meet every crisis with dignity and power and strength. We will move with purpose and speed to bring back hope, prosperity, safety, and peace for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. For American citizens, January 20th, 2025 is Liberation Day. In everything we do, my administration will be inspired by a strong pursuit of excellence and unrelenting success. America will reclaim its rightful place as the greatest, most powerful, most respected nation on earth. I am with you. I will fight for you, and I will win for you. We will not be conquered. We will not be intimidated. We will not be broken, and we will not fail. From this day on, the United States of America will be a free, sovereign, and independent nation. We will stand bravely. We will live proudly. We will dream boldly, and nothing will stand in our way because we are Americans. The future is ours, and our golden age has just begun. We'll get this going. USA! 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 Thank you very much. Well, thank you very much, everybody. This is an honor to be with you. Unfortunately, it's a very sad period, but what makes you feel good is I met so many of the homeowners, and every one of them, a lot of them, and every one of them said to me they want to rebuild. I said, will you go elsewhere? No, 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 no. It wasn't even like a question. They love the area. They love the people. It's like a family. It's incredible, actually, when you see some things like that. We just left North Carolina, and we had just a similar type of disaster. It was water instead of fire, but boy, that water did damage like I've never seen before. And then you come here and you see this. But the people are so amazing, and your fire department was so beautiful. Every one of them is in perfect physical shape. I said, what do you guys do? They have very high standards, I can tell you. And we took pictures with all of them, but very nicely they gave us a little helmet. And I said, you wear this, huh? Is this real? And they said, yeah. I said, it's awfully heavy. You have to be very strong to wear that. But that's the original, right? So it's pretty good. But I just want to thank everybody. We're going to be with you. Your governor met us at the plane, and we had a good talk, very, very positive talk. We have to work together to get this really worked out. I don't think you can realize how rough it is, how devastating it is until you see it. I didn't realize. I mean, I saw a lot of bad things on television, but the extent of it, the size of it, we flew over it in a helicopter. We flew to a few of the areas, and it is devastation. It's incredible. It's really an incineration. Even some of the chimneys came down, okay? When you have the chimneys come down, you know that's pretty hot stuff, and a lot of them were down. That was a bad sign, too. But I just want to commiserate, and we're going to celebrate. We'll be back to celebrate one day soon, I hope soon. The federal government standing behind you, 100%. The First Lady and I are in California to express a great love for the people of California. I've had great support always in California. We did very well recently, as you know, relatively speaking, at least I can say. And it's been amazing. I have property in California, not too far away, actually, right up the road in Palos Verdes, a big property. And I've always loved it. I've always loved being here. But we have to grieve for the 28 Californians who have tragically perished. And sadly, you're going to be finding more. And that's going to be very sad because I know people are missing. And when you look at that kind of incineration, you know what's going to happen. You're going to find some more. But with all that we've gone through, I watched your firefighters, and they were really fighting at a big disadvantage. I got to know a lot of them just now, and they're incredible people. They were so happy. They were saying, congratulations, sir. You know, they're thinking about country maybe even before this location that they all love. But I'm pleased to be joined by many of the great California leaders, both Democrat and Republican. And it's an honor to meet some of you I didn't know, but I know every one of you by name. LA County Supervisor Catherine Barger. Thank you, Catherine, very much. Mayor Karen Bass. Thank you, Karen. It's nice to meet you. Representatives Jay Obernolte. Where's Jay? Jay, hi, Jay. It's been a tough period, Jay, right? Vince Fong, Kevin Kiley, Vince and Kevin, hi. Hi, Vince. A man I know very well. I know him too well, actually. And I say that actually with love because he's actually been a great congressman for a long time, and he's a great leader, and he loves the area as much as anybody, right, Daryl? So Daryl Issa, young Kim, congratulations on an excellent career. I appreciate it. Another one I know pretty well is, to put it mildly, is Tom McClintock. And he's been with us for a long time. We have some interesting things going on in Washington. And it's an honor that you guys are here. Thank you, Daryl, very much, Tom. George Whitesides. Good, George. Thanks. It's a great name, too, by the way. Brad Sherman. Oh, I know Brad well. I know, Brad, but that's all right. We're on the same side of this one. I know that. We'll work together, Brad, very well. A lot of respect. And Presidential Envoy Rick Grinnell, who's done a fantastic job for me over the years. He was ambassador to Germany, and he was fantastic. So 2.5 weeks ago, over 100-mile-an-hour winds transformed the Palisades fire and other areas, too, into absolute infernos of death and destruction. And this is already the most expensive natural disaster, they say, in American history. That's pretty amazing. The numbers are going to be staggering. Most importantly, we have to get it built, and we have to hopefully find as few people as possible. We have already too many, 28 at least, they say. We're going to work very hard with the mayor, the governor, the supervisor, and everybody, and get the resources behind you. We have some amazing people, and we have some amazing fighters for things like this. I also had the concept of getting some of the best developers in the country. I've had so many calls from developers, and they want to come in. They don't want anything. They just want to come in and help, and they really know how to get things done and get things built. I would ask that the local officials, because we're going to essentially waive all federal permits. We're going to have you go very quickly because a federal permit can take 10 years. We're not going to do that. We don't want to take 10 days. I would. So we're declaring this a national emergency. By doing that, I can give you immediate permits. I'd ask that the local permitting process be the same. Some of the people were saying they're going to be forced to wait 18 months for their permits, and I don't think you're going to do that. I can't imagine that. So they are literally in a position right now they'd like to start tonight, and they'll clean their site, they'll do everything. They just want to start, and they were very concerned with the 18 months. So I'm sure you can get it down to, I would say, not even 18 days. They are ready, Mayor. They are ready to start. I met so many of them. The fire took place. It's nice and cool there now, and they want to start taking the debris. They want to take the debris. They want to do everything. They'll get rid of everything. They're going to do it by their own hand. And you're going to see some amazing things happen. So we're waiving the federal permits. Either waive them or give them to you so rapidly it's going to be essentially the same thing, but we're going to try and just waive them, and we'll rely on the local. But the local, I hope, is going to do the same exact thing. They're literally ready to start right away tonight. So if you could do almost the same thing or the same thing would be great. For a building permit, you're going to have to, check things out a little bit. A lot of them, every single one of them said they're going to rebuild. I didn't have one person say they're selling or they're leaving or they're disgusted. They love their community, and it's incredible. We even had one from your neck of the woods, right? Yeah. Do you want to stand up? It was so nice the way she greeted my wife in a very different language, right? And it was very nice to see. And you're staying and you're going to rebuild and everything else. Yeah, everybody. So it's really great. So I'm signing an executive order to open up the pumps and valves in the north. We want to get that water pouring down here as quickly as possible and let hundreds of millions of gallons of water flow down into Southern California. And that'll be a big benefit to you. If you don't want it, you're going to tell me, but I can't imagine it. I tell you who does like it is the fire department. When I said that, they were very happy with that. They didn't mind hearing that. But we have a lot of water that is available. And I hope you can work that out among yourselves. But I think this will show that we have to have that water. We have to have that water. You're talking about unlimited water coming up from the Pacific Northwest, even coming up from parts of Canada. And it pours down naturally. It has for a million years. For a million years, it pours down. You'll never run out. You'll never have shortages, and you won't have things like this. And when you do, you'll have a lot of water to put it out. So I'm going to ask that you figure that out. But I really strongly recommended this 7 years ago, and I think I'm going to just do it. If you have big problems, you're going to let me know, but I just can't even imagine it. But we're also surging federal resources and assistance to the state, and California must adopt the common sense policies to prevent fires. And we all know that. We were talking 7 or 8 years ago, I was talking to people from Austria, people from Finland, people that live in forests. One of the gentlemen, one of the top great leaders of Austria said, we don't have forest fires, and we have trees that are actually far more flammable than they have in California, but they literally rake their forest. They take down, if a tree comes down, they take it down. They say you have 18 months. After that, it's like a matchstick. And I know environmentally, some environmental groups like the trees to just melt into the ground, but when they do melt into the ground, they become an inferno. So I think you're going to have to change your ways in terms of that. You have 30 years of leaves, and those leaves are dry as a bone, and they burn. Interestingly, because I was at Paradise, who's the general, right? Long time ago, I was at Paradise. What a beautiful paradise it was. And how is it doing, by the way? Are they rebuilding, right? Remember when he said, you were up here, President. I went there. I never saw anything like it. But you know what amazed me? I'll never forget it. The trees were okay because the trees are loaded with water. They suck that water out of the ground. And this was an inferno, just like, I would say no different than this. And it was also the wind that caused a lot of problem. I mean, you had tremendous winds that there's not a lot you're going to do with. You had up to 100-mile-an-hour winds. It's unheard of. But when I was in Paradise, I noticed that the trees, they were dark on the bottom, but they were absolutely living, and they lived because they're soaking wet. But the trees that were on the ground, within 12 to 18 months, they say 18 months at a maximum, you have to cut them up, take them away because they're matchsticks. But we saw that. You saw that with me. I commented at the time. I said, look at this. The house is burned down, and the tree is standing, and it's, other than being a little different color on the bottom, and it went through an inferno. It's amazing. It's soaking wet. So I think they have to do it. It's called management of the floor. And when the gentleman from Austria and also Finland and other countries, they said we manage the forest floor very, very carefully, and we don't have forest fires. They just don't have them. So I'm sure you're going to do the same thing. So there can be no golden age without the Golden State. It's a great state. It's a fantastic place. And we're going to have we're going to have a big celebration soon. We're going to come back, and we'll come back as much as you need. And we're going to turn it around, and we're going to open the coffers. You know, America wants us to be taken care of. This was a horrible thing to watch, and the way it just kept going, and then they'd find another area. It was like genius on the other side. The fire was a genius, the way it kept moving, but we're not going to stand for it. I just met with the Olympic people, and they're all set to do a real job. So we have the Olympics, and I got them. You know, it was very interesting. I made the deal with the Olympics. I was called by your former mayor, and he said, would you call the Olympics? Because I must tell you, the Democrats, as you know, were not calling. They wouldn't do it. I don't know, there was a bad experience somehow. And I did, and I got along great with the Olympic Committee, and we got the Olympics, and then we got you the World Cup. That one I focused on with Gianni. Gianni was great, the head of it. And so you have that coming. And then we have the 250 years coming up, which is going to be a great celebration. But I'll never forget when I got the Olympics, and then I was president when I got them. I said, oh boy, it's too bad I won't be president. Who knew this was going to happen, right? I said, I won't be president because it would have been the 4 years. And in fact, I'd be retired by 4 days right now, I guess, right? So anyway, so I got him, and at least I'll be able to celebrate the Olympics, the World Cup, and the 250 years is going to be a very big deal. So we have the three biggest there are, and it was an honor to get. If you have any questions, please let me know. And if you have a statement to make, I'd love to have politically, if you'd like to make a statement. Brad, go ahead.
Mr. President.
Okay. I'll do
Mr. President, thank you
Sure.
for coming
Thank you, Brett.
to the 32nd Congressional District and
Thank you.
making most people don't have adequate insurance because they couldn't get it. So one company dropped 1,600 policies just in the last 6 months. We've got 16 times as much property damage here as from Hawaii. And I'm hoping that we get at least 16 times the federal appropriation for the CDBG program that helps people rebuild. And I know you've talked about policies of California that you're not a fan of, but I've been in Congress for 28 years. I really disagree with Louisiana on their abortion policy. I disagree with them on their campaign finance policy. I disagree with North Dakota on their gun policy. And I would never turn to somebody from Louisiana and say, you keep living on your cousin's couch, because we're not going to help you rebuild until Louisiana agrees with me on a woman's right to choose. So I'm hoping that we can get these funds and that we don't punish individuals for the policies of their state. You can disagree with them, and I think you've got some ideas. I look forward to us listening. Also Mr.
Oh,
on President. tariffs, I often agree with you on tariffs, but how about no tariffs on building materials for the next 3 years?
Well, we'll take a look at that, actually.
Mr.
We'll take a
President.
look. Mayor, please.
Yes. First of all, let me just take the opportunity to officially welcome you to Los Angeles. Really appreciate you coming, and especially you come just a few days after your inauguration. So
Thank you
I
very
want you to know that your presence here is very much appreciated. Let me also say that I know you had an opportunity to see the devastation. You've seen the extreme loss, the grief that people are going through here. And we are 100% committed to getting this neighborhood rebuilt again. You mentioned a couple of things in terms of us expediting. So I signed executive directives right away so that we could cut the red tape. We could get people back building as fast as possible. And we're going to continue doing that. We
Mayor, the one thing is they
Yes.
are saying they will not be allowed to start for 18 months.
No, that will not be the case.
Okay, I just hope
That
you're
will
right.
not, you can hold me to it.
Because 4 groups said that. and
No.
That would be, they should
No,
be able to
that-
do it. They should be able to start tonight.
That will not be the case. You know, first we have to take care to make sure that there's not getting rid of the hazardous waste, cleaning things up so that people can start right away. And just like you said, if somebody had their house was destroyed and they're going to rebuild essentially the same, maybe a little bit longer, a little bit higher, they really shouldn't have to go through much of a process. So I want you to know that we are expediting that. We absolutely need your help.
We need the federal help. You're a
You got it.
builder.
I told you, you will have no permit problem. There will be zero delay. And as far as I'm concerned, you already have the permits.
And the resources.
I am more worried because I met at least 8 groups of homeowners, and I'm much more worried about the fact that they said it's 18 months exactly, and they were devastated. They want to start now. They want to start removing things. They're not allowed to do it now. And you mentioned hazardous waste. Well, the hazardous waste. What's hazardous waste? I mean, you're going to have to define that. We're going to go through a whole series of questions on determining what's hazardous.
Nope.
I just think you have to allow the people to go on their site and start the process tonight.
And we will.
Okay, good.
You can come back and check.
Mr. President,
Yes.
I'm Congressmember Judy Chu, and I represent the areas of Altadena and Pasadena.
Yes.
That's the Eaton fire. And there is a world of hurt there. I know that you've gone to the Palisades and you've seen the devastation,
Right.
but it's apocalyptic in Altadena. And thank goodness I have a partner with Supervisor Catherine Barger in working to help people get back to normal and to rebuild. But right now they have nothing. And there have been 9,500 structures burned. Most of the deaths have occurred in our area.
Yeah.
With the Eaton fire.
very
And
bad.
thousands of people are without homes. And these are working people. These are working class people. They are people like Dr. Jackie Jacobs, who was an educator all her life and then finally became the first Black administrator of her educational institution, Pasadena City College, and then retired, now 88 years old, and then her home of 30 years burned in Altadena.
Yeah.
She has nothing. She left with only the clothes on her back. She has nothing. And so they need this help. And I just want to make sure that you remember the people in Altadena and Pasadena, and that you can come there and see how terrible the devastation has been there so that they can get the help that they need.
Just remember one thing, and I like the way you express yourself beautifully, actually, but I've only been here 3 days, and I'll do a great job. But we had another president, and this took place during the life of another president, not me. But I'm going to be the president that's going to help you fix it, because he would not have been able to help you fix it, okay? So we'll take care of it. We'll take care of it, and we'll work closely. Yeah, we'll work closely, and I know your community was really devastated, incredibly, so we understand that. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, I'm just going to follow up. Supervisor
Yes, please, go ahead.
Katzenberger, and I also represent Altadena. And what I tell people is, people of Altadena are the exact people you talked to when you were running. You've got individuals from every walk of life, and it is actually at one time was the only place African Americans could purchase homes. It was redlined. And so you've got a lot of generational wealth there. And one of the commitments I've made, and we've had meetings with some of your people in HUD that you've got there now, to work with them, work with your administration to see how we can help. And I've been pleasantly surprised. I know on HUD, we've got some asks that we are going to be working with you on. But more importantly, I just really want to emphasize what Congresswoman Chu said, and that is that these are individuals who are feeling forgotten. And what I tell them is, and when we invited you out here, I told, when I went to the AME church, this president was talking to you when he was running. You understand the difficulty in making ends meet. You understand the high cost of living. And now their biggest fear is that that's going to impact their ability to rebuild. And I have made them this commitment, because this is my last term, that for the next 4 years, you talk about 18 months, I've told our county staff that if you're going to get in the way, then get another job. Because we are an all hands on deck. And quite frankly, if the bureaucracy can't get out of the way, we'll just roll over it. And we've said that, and we've made it clear. The governor's waived CEQA, which I feel should be completely reformed, if not eliminated. And if it's being eliminated for this,
How are they doing with CEQA?
how are they doing?
How
with
is it, what's been the attitude of the people running that whole situation?
it adds sometimes years on to an application.
Can't do it. Can't.
No, and the governor's
And
waived-
Coastal Commission also.
He waived that
We're
as
going to
well.
have to override the Coastal Commission because
Right.
I've dealt with the Coastal Commission for a long time, and they are considered the most difficult in the entire country. And we cannot have them play their games and wait 10 years to give somebody a permit. In fact, I'm going to override the Coastal Commission. I'm not going to let them get away with their antics.
Well,
Okay? Thank you. Thank you, David.
Mr. President, I just want to thank you for your leadership on California water policy. You made it a priority from day one. For those of us in the Central Valley and Northern California, we have catastrophic wildfires as well. California is a wildfire-prone area, so ensuring reliable, stable water supplies is critical. And so your leadership, your executive order, moving more water, maximizing flows throughout the state of California, building more water storage, more conveyance, coordinating the.
It would have a great impact on, I know your area very well. It would have an unbelievable impact on your area.
Absolutely. We just want to thank you for making it a priority.
You know, even beyond the fire stuff, the farms. I was driving up with congressmen a few years ago because they were complaining they had no water. And I was driving up and you'll see all of this incredible land, but it's absolutely bone dry. And then you'll see little green patches, and the green patches are so beautiful. You know, they have that land. They say it's as good as Iowa farmland, but it has no water. And it's artificial, has no water. They send the water out into the Pacific Ocean. And when we let that water come through your valleys and down to Los Angeles and everything, you're going to have a different place. It's going to be a whole different place. And you guys have to get together and say, gee, we want it. It's the craziest thing I've ever seen. So at least you said that, and I appreciate it. Because your farmers will be able to, instead of having 1 acre out of 100, which is all they have, they'll be able to have 100 acres out of 100. And it's among the best, they say it's the best farmland just about in the country, as good as any place there is. So, but you can't, it's no good without water. So that's beyond the fire stuff. But today we're talking about fire, but it's good for everything. So I hope you can lead a group. And Daryl, if you can lead a group, I know how you feel. And, you know, support what I'm doing, because what I'm doing, I guess, is controversial. I don't know what's controversial about sending millions and millions of gallons of beautiful fresh water from the Pacific Northwest and further up than even that into an area that's bone dry. We have to, you know, I have a house in Beverly Hills, and you get notices every once in a while. They want you to go down to 38 gallons per person or something, per house, per person. I say, you mean you can only have, 38 gallons sounds like a lot. It's not a lot. And they want to do that every once in a while. And you just think it's ridiculous when you have like just about as much water as anybody in the country. And we shouldn't be in a position where you have tumbleweed that's dry as a bone, that even tumbleweed can be nice and green and rich and loaded up with water, and it's not going to burn. You don't even have to remove it. It's not going to burn, but it's just dry. So I hope you can all get together and say, I'm so happy with the water that's going to be flowing down, because I just don't see anything. They talk about the Delta smelt, which is a fish that's this big, but it is really not, doesn't have to be protected because it's in other areas. It's in numerous other areas. So it doesn't have to be protected. The people of California have to be protected.
Mr. President, could I just speak for a moment?
Kevin Kiley, California.
Yes.
First of all, you're absolutely right about the Coastal Commission. I've introduced legislation to rein them in. We've been talking with Rick about this.
They're out of control.
Absolutely out of control. It's insane the things they've been getting away with.
I think they thrive on it, actually, if you want to know the truth. It's so ridiculous.
That's right. They even tried to stop SpaceX from launching rockets.
That's true.
But you mentioned your predecessor and how he didn't fix the situation, which is absolutely right. Not only that, during the Calder fire, which was a few years ago, which was in my district, 600 people lost their homes in a town called Grizzly Flat. He came and he promised that he would help them out, but he broke that promise many times. He never delivered them the individual assistance they were asking for. So this has underscored for me the importance of helping the victims, making sure in this situation, in every fire, we get money to the victims. and we make sure that nothing stands in the way of that. But I just want to thank you for your focus on bringing sanity to California, water and fire policy. There's no place that needs a revolution in common sense quite like California.
You have so much water. Use it and be happy about it.
Mr.
Be
President,
happy.
Mr. President, my name is Joel Pollack, and I am a journalist with Breitbart News, but I happen to live in the Pacific Palisades, as do other colleagues. One colleague, John Kahn, wrote the song Fighter, which you played at your campaign rallies. He lost his house and the studio he wrote that song in. We were lucky because I was able to fight the fire on my fence. But when I got to my house, there was no water in the pipes. So I got inside and I picked up the flower vases because I give my wife flowers every week, and there was water there, and we started with that. Then I found my son's bucket of baseballs, and I dumped the baseballs on the ground, and I used the bucket. But there was still no water except for the water in the gutter coming from the burnt homes uphill. So I went to and fro to my gutter and my fence with my bucket. 2 guys showed up in a truck, 2 neighbors. We found 2 more buckets, bucket after bucket after bucket. Many of my neighbors, including some here, tried to fight the fires. They couldn't. We were lucky our house was saved. But we should not have to rely on buckets to put out a fire.
That's right.
You can't stop an 80-mile-per-hour wind or 100-mile-per-hour wind, but there were many things that went wrong here that are basic and small. We did not have traffic police to guide the evacuation, so there was gridlock on Sunset. They've removed the vehicles now, but there were dozens of vehicles that were abandoned by drivers who fled for their lives because there were no traffic cops available. The fire department wasn't pre-deployed, even though there was an extreme wind event coming. And many of my neighbors lost their fire insurance in the days before the blaze. So I asked my neighbors, what would they want to know if I could ask the president a question? And the number one thing was insurance. Can you work with the insurance companies to get people back to where they were before they lost the coverage because of California's regulations? And can you make California change its rules so that when we build again, we can get fire insurance and we don't have to worry? And there's one other point I want to make. I really appreciate my congressman advocating for money. We need the money from the federal government. But I also understand Americans who are tired of spending money on California and disasters happen, and the California government passes $50 million to oppose your policies. So they have $50 million for that, but not for moving people into rental homes or helping people relocate or rebuild. I would like to ask you to follow the 9/11 Commission precedent and appoint a special master to watch the money, to make sure that every federal dollar that gets spent here is spent on fire relief and rebuilding and not on everything else.
Good idea. Here's a good one right over here. I don't know if you, we all like
He's
Rick.
very
He was
busy.
ambassador to Germany. He was fantastic. Angela Merkel's happiest day ever in her history, and she had a long history, was the day I removed him from there and put him in charge of a very high level of intelligence and intelligent people, but they were not intelligent enough to fool him. But Rick Grenell has been fantastic, and he lives here. And I don't know if you want to either think about it or recommend some people, or get together and recommend some people as a group, which is fine. But Rick would be somebody that I would certainly consider. And Breitbart is fantastic, by the way. Congratulations on that. And I was so impressed with the firefighters I met before. And they said that, you know, I asked them how many of the pumps, how many of the hydrants were working. And it was a, you know, large percentage of them were not working at all. They had no water. And the ones that did have water didn't have a lot of pressure. And one of the things that was missing, many of you have sprinklers in over your living room and your bathroom and your kitchen. I mean, if those sprinklers worked with some pressure, you would have had a much different outcome. So we're going to work on that. I think in terms of that, Rick Grenell would be good, or Rick, you'll head up a group of people that would recommend a few people to me, maybe a commission, set up a commission. I like it because we're talking about a lot of money. The other one is Kelly Loeffler is now the head of small business And small business is big business. It's actually one of the biggest banks in the world. We call it the Small Business Administration. And she's a cabinet member, full cabinet member. She's fantastic. Her husband is the head of the New York Stock Exchange, so they know something about money and other exchanges, actually. Fantastic people. And she wants to come here almost immediately after she gets approved. She wants to come here and open up small business to the area because they have a lot of money. I always say the small business is actually very big business when you add it all up. And she's going to come here, and it's a very important thing. I want to thank also the First Lady because she wanted to come here. She wanted to be here. She has so many friends, and she also wanted to see North Carolina because that was another disaster that was so bad, so different, but so bad. And she just wanted to go there. We said, we're going to stop at one, and then we're going to the other. In many respects, it was a depressing day, but in many respects, it was a beautiful day because the spirit is so incredible. North Carolina and here, very, very similar situation. Different, so different and yet so similar, actually. And so I just thought it was very nice. You wanted to be here, and we appreciate that. Please. Jay? Is that local? You gotta. I don't want to be the only one to give you permits like in one day, and then I find out that the cities, the towns, and the state is not going to give you permits and you know the problem with permits, it only takes one. You might need 7 different permits. You shouldn't have any at this point. You should just let them build. And you know you're only as good as the weakest one. So if you have one that's going to hold you up, but the others are going to give it to you in 24 hours. It's not going to help you very much. So they have to work on that. It's what everybody said.
Well, and let me just tell you that we are going to do everything we can, slashing regulations, expediting everything so that people can begin the process right away. You know, we have the Disaster Recovery Center on Pico and Westwood. We have building and safety there. People are already contacting the local agencies. We're bringing our city departments together so that people don't get caught in the loop of going from one room to the next. We want them all to be in the same room so that you can get busy rebuilding ASAP. Absolutely. Yes. Yes. And we will clear the lots, absolutely, in the city and in the county. We are working together. Both levels of government are working in unity. Yes.
Six months is no good.
And the number one thing that we are going to do immediately, and you will see this happen, is to clear out the debris. And you know, we're concerned right now over the weekend because of the potential rain, but we are going to move as fast as we can, but we want you to be safe. And we want you to be back in your homes immediately.
But the people are willing to clean out their own debris. It doesn't
Yes,
cost a
and
lot.
they can.
You
and
should
they are
let them
able
do
to-
it because
No, no,
by the
they
time you
can do
hire
that.
contractors, it's
Right.
going to be 2 years.
If a family.
People are willing
want-
to get a dumpster and do it themselves and clean it out.
And they can
There's
do
not that much left. It's all incinerated.
That's right.
And, you know, it's just going to take a long time if you do. You can do some of it, but a lot of these people, I know that guy right there that's talking. I know my people. You'll be on that thing tonight, throwing the stuff away, and your site it'll look perfect within 24 hours. And that's what he wants to do. He doesn't want to wait around for 7 months till the city hires some demolition contract.
If
That's going to
individuals
charge him
want to build-
$25,000 to do his lot. I think you have emergency powers just like I do, and I'm exercising my emergency powers. you have to exercise them also.
I did exercise them.
Because I looked,
signed
I
an
mean, you have a
emergency
very powerful
declaration.
emergency power, and you
Yes.
can do everything within 24 hours.
Yes. And if individuals want to clear out their property, they can. Well, yes, but you know that you will be able to go back soon.
Mr. President.
We think within a week.
That's a long time, a week. I'll be honest. To me, everyone's standing in front of their house. They want to go to work, and they're not allowed to do it.
And the most
A
important
week
thing
is
is
a
for
long
people to
time.
be safe.
They're safe. They're safe. You know what? They're not safe. They're not safe now. They're going to be much safer. A week is actually a long time, the way I look at it. I watched hundreds of people standing in front of their lots, and they're not allowed to go in. It's all burned. It's gone. It's done. Nothing's going to happen to it. It's not going to burn anymore. There's nothing to burn. There's almost nothing to burn. And they want to go in. The people are all over the place. They're standing, and I say, why aren't you going in? We're trying to get a permit. And the permit's going to take them, everybody said 18 months. You said 18 months. You said 18 months. And that was last night.
On that. Right.
Mr. President, we're going to be together next week, and during the interim, many of us are involved in, and Tom McClintock, who you know has been an expert on this for years.
That's right.
We are going to be putting conditions on the money that do two things: require that it be done timely and affordable, and then secondly, that we protect those who will come afterwards. As we speak, there are 6,000 acres burning in my district on the Mexican border. There will be more fires until we include in any disaster relief items which will prevent it or at least mitigate it from happening again. So you're going to see us proposing both of those.
Like water. Little
We're
things
gonna
like
do that
water.
for
You
them.
know, the party of common sense. See, we're the party of common sense. You're not, in all fairness.
Yes, sir.
We like water to put out fires. It's really quite efficient. All right.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I'm Jay Obernolte. My district is just a bit east of here.
Yep.
And you were talking about the need to better manage our forests and our wildlands to prevent this from happening again. And you were so right about that. Just last year, a couple months ago in October, they put out a fire. The line fire in my district was over twice as big as the Palisades fire. And they put it out less than a mile from my house in an area where we had done thinning, and they stopped the fire, Mr. President, on a fire break that we had built a couple of years ago.
That's right.
We have an area just on the other side of my community that hasn't been thinned in decades because it's being held up by a lawsuit from an environmental group that says we're going to reduce habitat. Mr. President, we need to, in addition to getting resources and boots on the ground to do this treatment, we need to reform our legal system to prevent these lawsuits from tying up these projects for years and years and years. And not to say that the merit shouldn't be heard, but we need to hear them and we need to move on, resolve them.
Is this a state group? State or federal group?
This is a local group, actually, Mr. President, but they have help from the state.
They
and
use the
federal.
environment to make themselves feel good, and they're destroying our country. And you've got to, at some point, you've got to put your foot down. I know exactly what you're talking. You have local and state groups, and you have federal groups too. And you got to fight them the right way, because you'll never, even if the mayor gives, you're going to have a local group come in and sue. You're not allowed to go on your property. They're going to talk about asbestos and every other thing. They want to go on their property and they want to clean out their property. And you cannot let anything get in their way. And you'll have this place built up quickly, beautiful. It'll be more beautiful than before. And I would do one other thing. I'd give them a 10%, 15% bonus on their house because they went through hell. And they should be allowed to build a little bit, give them a little bit lot line bonus, give them a bonus on size, maybe a little bonus on height. They went through hell. You know, some of them had houses where they were restricted. They have to have an 8-foot ceiling. You let them have a 10-foot ceiling. Let them build a nice house, a nicer house than they had before. But I would give them a 10 or a 15% bonus on their plans. And I think it would be very well received, because they'll be able to build a little bit nicer house. Do you like that idea, by the way? They deserve it. Because you know what? It's not their fault that this fire took place. This fire took place, could have been stopped. It's not their fault. It's not the homeowner's fault. And I think they should be entitled to a bonus on their house. Okay.
Mr.
Sir,
President.
Go ahead.
thank you. Some good news from Paradise. We stood together there 6 years ago, along with the,
That was so too.
that 3,400 homes have been rebuilt out of the 18,000 lost. And there's 400 more in the wings. And so FEMA was very helpful. Now, my colleague who has Altadena here, probably a very similar situation. Clearing the lots, they're probably going to have to clear about a foot worth of soil underneath those foundations to get the toxicity out. So they'll need a lot of help. Those are working class folks in Altadena.
And we did a good job with you
And
people.
FEMA was extremely helpful.
Yep.
30,000.
That was the old days when FEMA was good. FEMA's no good anymore. That was when we ran it. FEMA was very good, but now FEMA's not good.
We got to get them on track. But on the water, thanks so much for your strong efforts on that. Right now, Lake Shasta, which is in my district, is dumping more water than what is coming in. So is Folsom Lake. And those are federal projects that should be building up because we're latter January here. And you can't count on the rain and the snow coming every year. And so if we don't fill those projects, then my colleague in San Joaquin Valley isn't going to get his water for his farmers. Well, it might be all right up in the north. They aren't going to get it. And then the water needs to go through aqueduct for Southern Cal to refill maybe the Santa Ynez Reservoir that was empty during this.
You know, you don't even need reservoirs. With the water coming down, you don't need the reservoir. You have so much water, you don't need it. You only have reservoirs because you're trying to hold water. But you have natural water coming down along the coast. It's for 1 million years it's been coming. You know that, right?
Yeah.
In addition to that, you have a lot of half pipe. In other words, you have the half pipe that's built and it hasn't been used. You see, it's bone dry. No water's been in that half pipe for years and years. It's closed up years ago.
Had the reservoir,
It's already
sorry.
there. Yeah.
Had
You
the
got it, you
reservoir
got it.
above Santa Palisades been full, they wouldn't have run out of water in a few hours. It would have gone for at least a few days with 40 acre feet out of 600,000.
That reservoir's been empty for a long time.
Yep.
It shouldn't have been empty. Okay. Any other
Thank you.
questions? Yeah, please.
Mr. President, my name is Tracy Park. I represent the people of the Pacific Palisades on the LA City Council. I wanted to thank you for your loyal support to our military, our police officers, and especially our firefighters.
Thank you. Thank you.
My top priority going forward is to get these men and women home as soon as possible and open up the pathway to begin their rebuilding process. It was the Army Corps of Engineers who announced last night that it would be 18 months. I am fully committed to doing my part on the ground with our state agencies and our city
Good.
and our county partners to speed this up.
Good.
I just ask for your ongoing partnership with FEMA and the EPA and our other federal agencies to make sure that we have a commitment across all layers of government to get these people back home. Thank you, sir.
I do, thank you very much. It's well said. I do have to say FEMA is a big disappointment. We had it working well. We had great people, but FEMA is not good anymore. What FEMA did in North Carolina, you know, they still haven't even gone to certain areas. They don't know what they're doing. And I say, you don't need FEMA. You need a good state government. And when you have a problem in Los Angeles, or when you have a problem even in the state of California, you have your own, essentially FEMA. You fix it yourself. You don't have somebody coming in from a state where they have no idea, like Florida. They come in from hurricanes. They have people staying in Alaska. And now they see, oh, this is very nice. But by the time they get familiar with it, they don't know anything. The FEMA is a very expensive, in my opinion, mostly failed situation. We had great people. We did some great jobs. But each state should take care of their problem and get money from the federal government. It would be so much better, so much more efficient. So we're looking at that. Because we have had, and you're going to have problems with FEMA too. You've already had problems with FEMA. FEMA doesn't even show up. It takes weeks before they even show up. And what happens is the state then relies on FEMA and nobody does anything because FEMA doesn't show up. So it's not a good situation. So we'll make some recommendations on that. But you have to push like hell to get the permits because I'm just hearing things that I don't like to hear. I think you're not going to get your permits as fast as people are saying. We have to get them in. Mayor, if I can help you at all in that regard, you'll let me know. But you're going to have all your federal permits. That's going to be the easy part, which, by the way, is by far the hardest part. You know who controls your water is Department of Commerce, and I already have that approval. And that's usually a very long process, but that's the hard part was the federal, but we already have that done. So anything I can do, please let me know. Please, go ahead. You lost all your schools. You lost your 4 schools? Were they completely burned down, the schools? Wow. All of them? All of them? No, you can't. No.
That's right. Well, I'm going to ask Rick to set, I think right from this table, you might put a couple of the fire guys back there on that I just met, okay? Because they're really good, but get a group and figure out how we can do the processing faster.
Mr.
Good.
President, if I can just defend FEMA a little bit.
Yeah.
They brought thousands of people in. I don't know how they're doing in other states. They're doing a good job for us here. They've got a huge center that's open from 9 in the morning till 8 at night. But also, when you have a disaster this size, you need to be able to deploy thousands of people, which they've been able to do. Now, California, if we did it on our own, maybe we'd have thousands of people.
You do.
But if Rhode Island has
You
a
do.
Palisades disaster, are they then supposed to keep?
How many
thousands-
people do you have in California? 36? How many, how many
Close-
million?
close-
How many million people do you have?
But
You have 40 million people. You're not going to get a few thousand people. The problem with FEMA is they come from all over the country. They end up in arguments with your people from California because they want to do it a totally different way. And
they're getting
I can
along
live
fine.
either way, but you haven't gotten very much done with FEMA and all you have to do is look at North Carolina. It's one of the great disasters of all time.
And Mr. President, you can't have Rhode Island maintain a staff of thousands and thousands of people waiting to see if they have a disaster.
You know who came in and fixed North Carolina or the process? Other states, people from all over the country came. And you have the same thing. You have a lot of people from all over the country. Getting the people is not a problem. Getting the organization's a big problem. FEMA's incompetently run, and it costs about 3 times more than it should cost.
I'm hoping
we
that
can
you
spend
get a
money
better
on
run.
schools instead of giving money to bureaucracy. It takes you so much longer.
Mr. President,
It takes you so much longer.
FEMA for helping our people.
FEMA has a standard, Brad, and I'm a builder. I was a very good builder. FEMA has a standard that's so slow. They want permit on permit on permit, and then they want permits on top of that. If you use FEMA, you'll be here for a long time. What I'm saying is get the city, get the state to give you immediate 24-hour permits. These people are going to build their own homes. They're going to get them built fast. How many of the people, could I ask you one question? How many of the people, what are people going to do for financing? What are people going to do? How many people can build a home, a percentage-wise, like where they don't have to go out and get funds? Some people are just not going to be able to rebuild their home because they have a beautiful home, but they don't have cash, right? So what are people looking to do in that case? You're going to have a big percentage, I would assume, Brad, like that. What are they going to do? Go ahead.
Mr. President, without your help, they're only going to get $43,000 from the federal government, even if they have a half
Well, you know,
million dollar
you did
uninsured
something,
loss.
Brad, where every insurance company in the country left California. That's why you have no insurance, because you made it so impossible. People that think like you made it so impossible. And you know,
Brad, me,
every
Mr.
insurance
President,
company.
I don't know what
I'll
you
tell
know
you this.
about my thinking.
I've never seen a state where almost nobody has insurance. And I said, what happened? And they said like 6 months ago, they all left. And 2 years ago, they had different, quadrants, but they left. And you have very little insurance here. I mean, I've never seen anything like it.
We had a lot of insurance companies pull out, but I have
And,
no
and the
idea.
insurance companies actually have been warning you. Now, I'm not a big fan of insurance companies. Okay, they have their big drawbacks too. But the insurance company, I read the papers very well. And, they've been warning California for a long time. They've also been saying, we want water. You don't have water. You're supposed to get fire insurance. And the insurance company goes, you don't have any water in your fire hydrants. So it's a tough situation. I'm not a big fan of insurance companies. I get that.
They're
But-
pulling out of
But
Florida
Brad,
as
you
well.
lost your insurance company 6 months ago because the state wouldn't give them what they had to have.
Yeah. And Mr. President, I remember the
Go ahead,
big-
please. Go ahead.
I'm Ed Ring from the California Policy Center, and in the matter of prevention of fires, in the matter of the cost of rebuilding, both of which affect insurance rates, I think one, to support something one of the other participants said, a reform you might consider, and it could be an act of Congress, is that the losers in environmentalist lawsuits pays the legal fees. And I think that would be a big step in the right direction.
Oh, you mean loser pays. I love that. Well, if you did loser pays, you could cut your courts in you could cut them down about 90%. Loser pays. You know what would also benefit? Medical. If you had loser pays for medical, your medical costs would go down by 50%. That's an interesting thing. I bring that up, but the only problem, the strongest lobby in the world, you know what it is? The lawyer lobby. So when you go back to your local congressman, hello, congressman, how about going against the lawyers for a little while? No, loser pay is, very good. In Europe, they use it in certain parts of Europe, and they have very little litigations, right? Yes, please.
Mr. President, I represent the 27th Congressional District, which is on the north side of the North San Fernando Valley through Santa Clarita and Lancaster and Palmdale. I just wanted to tell you a story of heroism. Yesterday, we had another big fire. We had several big fires across, and this fire was moving fast. It was moving 1,000 feet per minute. But what these heroes did, the firefighters and the sheriffs and the law enforcement officials, they mobilized 4,000 people within about 6 hours. They mobilized 20 air attack aircraft and helicopters, and they saved the city of Castaic. And so I just wanted to ask you to join us in recognizing those amazing heroes.
I love that.
I think the thing that we all, and I'm very encouraged by your words, we're all here to help the folks here, right?
That's right.
And your words about building quickly, building well, but building quickly is what I think we are all here to do. And I think if we can take that spirit after today, it is really important that you and your wife are here. If we can take that spirit, we're going to help these people as quickly as possible, get them back on their feet, and recreate these amazing communities that we have here.
And you'll take the word spirit, such a great word, such an important word. You'll take their guts away. You'll take their spirit away if you don't give them the purpose. You're going to take their guts. They're going to say, all of a sudden they'll start looking for houses, and your whole thing is going to blow up on you. These people want to get going. This place can go quickly, but you don't want to take their spirit away, and that will take their spirit away. So you're 100% right. Yes, sir. Thank you. Right. That's right. Oh, you noticed that. Oh, look at this guy. He studies that. No, Bank of America, they're not nice. Sounds very nice. The Bank of America, they're not nice. Well, we're doing numbers on banks, yeah. We're doing it. Is that Leonard Boxer next to you? Leonard? Huh? We have Leonard, and we have Oh, there's Skip. I have them all here, huh? Look at Skip. I haven't seen you in a long time. You used to be a very good golfer. You still a good golfer? Huh? And he's a good guy too. Hi, Skip. You got them all, huh? Got Leonard, Skip. Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Mr. President, I just wanted to say Paradise is coming back because of the help that you gave us. And we really want to thank you for that. And that's why we're here also, is because we want to help our
We did a
brothers
good
and
job
sisters.
with Paradise, didn't we? What a fire that was.
It was a terrible
We've
fire.
had many people were found, and only the certain type of German Shepherd could even find it, right? You could not tell. The dog would go right up. There's the body. And the incineration was so horrible. So horrible.
And when we see the same devastation.
So Paradise is going good, right?
It's going good. We're coming back.
Yeah,
And it's
it's
because
good.
of the help, and we want to help our brothers and sisters here in LA to come back too. And I know that's what you're going to do. And so we really appreciate that. But from Paradise to the Palisades, the problem is fuel. It's the fuel, the vegetation, the dry grasses, the chaparral. There's a tremendous amount of it, and we're
You
not.
got to
doing
remove
enough.
it. You got to remove it. And you got to remove it, and you got to do the other things that we've said 10 times. I mean, you got to remove it. You just can't have it. I see it even now. I saw the fire. We flew over it, and you got a lot of dry stuff. It's bone dry.
And the environmental.
And, you know, I predicted this 7 years ago. I said, do it. Get it done. And everybody laughed. They thought it was, I said, forest management. They thought it was such a funny term. Ha, ha, ha. That's so funny. Now it's not funny anymore. You know, we were right.
It's number one cause of these fires. Number one cause.
You wouldn't have any fires.
Right. And if we just remove those environmental regulations, NEPA, CEQA at the state level, that get in the way of us doing those projects.
It's all a con job. You know that, right? It's all a
Berry
it's all a big
Creek,
con
the
job.
town of Berry Creek in my district.
Yeah.
CEQA stopped them from doing a fuel reduction project. They said 18 months. That's where 18 months comes from, because at least 18 months on a CEQA review. That community is no longer here today because of the North Complex fire. We didn't build that project. We need to make sure that never happens again. We have to stop those things from happening so we don't have.
Well, it will
Paradise
happen
in
here.
Palisades.
Unless you're very strong as a group of people and demand that you have the right to go onto your property and start the process immediately, like tomorrow. How many people did I see on your street where they're standing in front of their lot? The house there's really not much demolition. It's incinerated, right? So it's not like a lot of stuff. It's not like you have 3 stories worth of concrete. It's all incinerated. And all of the people were standing there and they weren't allowed to even go onto their lot. You got to let them do. If you can do that, you're going to see this thing go like wildfire. And if you don't, you're going to have those lots for years, because people are going to leave. They're going to, as much as you love your location and your place, and you're in the real estate business, as much as you love your location and your site, your housing sites, they're going to leave. They're going to leave. They're going to find other things. They're not going to put up with it. They have spirit now, but in a year from now, they won't have spirit if you don't let them go. So just harness it. Well, I think, look, I'm going to give you everything you want. I'm going to give you more than any president would have ever given you. If most presidents wouldn't be here, number one, they certainly wouldn't be here after 3 days. They would not be here. I can tell you that. And we're going to override all of permitting. The only thing you have to do is get your state people, which should be very easy, because that's literally so easy to do. And I know the mayor, and I know she's working very hard, but she's got very powerful emergency. It's called an emergency petition, and you can petition very quickly. And I just hope you can give them, because it's very rare that the federal government would be ahead of the state government, because the federal permits are much tougher. But you essentially already have your permits. You can just go and go wild. Brad, as soon as you can get those permits, whatever you can do, if you can put that genius of yours to work on getting a permit, you'll be doing much better than some of the other things you've said, okay? But we do appreciate you. So, Mayor, could I just leave you with that? It's a big permitting deal. We're going to be back, and I'm going to put Rick in charge of just representing me for a period of time until we figure out exactly who we want to do it, whether we want a commission or an individual. You know, if you have a good individual, if you have a really good individual, and they are rare, but if you have a really good individual, it's always better than a commission. because the commission gets bogged down a little bit, Daryl. Right? So it's if you had the right individual, and I know we do. We have a lot of great individuals in this community, but it's an honor to be with you. It was an honor to be with your firemen before and your policemen. We met some great people, and these are people that are leaders, and they're just fantastic. It's a fantastic group of people, and they were very brave. I want to tell you, your fire people are so well thought of. You had big fires, and it was hard to put them out, but boy, were they brave. They were really fighting against a tough thing, and everybody in the country knows it. Everybody in the country knows it. And it was an honor to be with you. So I'll be back, and we'll work very hard. And I hope you guys can start doing your cleanup starting like tomorrow at around 12 o'clock, okay? Thank you all very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thanks, Brad. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Fred. Nice to meet you. Thank you, Tom. Let me shake you. You're right. Good. It'll work out. It's gonna work out. Congratulations. Thank you.
President, I want you to meet our state. He's been with you from the beginning. He's demonstrated 6 years. Honored to meet you. Nice to see you. Nice to see you again.
All right, live coverage. You're watching RSBN Live from Los Angeles. You see President Trump there on the right side of your screen saying, quote, "There could be no golden age without the Golden State." Also saying he's declaring the LA wildfire situation a national emergency, which will bring surging federal assistance to the state. And Robert, we saw him there sitting there almost apprentice style in some ways. But, you know, obviously not only the commander in chief, but takes actual authority and command over any kind of meeting.
And right in between his special envoy for special missions, a position recently established for Rick Grinnell, and of course, our First Lady, Melania Trump. But this is where President Trump shines in his leadership style of asking those questions and, you know, having those healthy, robust debates and willing to work with everyone. I think that's a big difference you see with some of the congressmen and the mayor, Karen Bass, sitting around him. They have different philosophies because they've been so heavily involved in bureaucracy, where this is where he shines. This is his brilliance in being a builder. He understands that people want to get in. And even Melania Trump speaking earlier in Slovenian to one of the victims of the burned homes. And he said, look, there's nothing left to burn. They can get in there right now, clean it up themselves. They don't need permit upon permit upon permit. We don't need the coastal council to come on in and make more rules and regulations. That's been the problem with the Golden State. Too much red tape.
So he's saying he's going to override that coastal council, that coastal commission there, and take care of business. And to your point, you know, when people watch this on wherever they're watching right now from the Southern California area, they see someone in President Trump that is just like themselves. That's how somebody would respond to an official and say, no, we want to get this done now, not in 7 days from now, not in this 18-month situation. Let's get it taken care of. So, you know, President Trump lobbying and working for the people there, but not really only lobbying. I mean, he has a lot of power, of course. So again, declaring a national emergency for Southern California there in Los Angeles. That means there will be a surge, he says, of federal assistance to the Golden State. Once again, there could be no golden age without the Golden State, according to the president there, as you see on the right side of your screen. So what we're going to do now is see if we continue this live feed all the way through to where Marine One is parked outside and not too far from there. So we'll see if we get all the camera angles to Marine One. He'll take off from Pacific Palisades and go about 20-25 minutes to LAX, where Air Force One is standing by. We'll also stay here on the network for the takeoff of Air Force One, which will go all the way to Las Vegas for tomorrow's huge rally. Now, when I say huge rally, it's huge because it's his first, well, is it his second now as the president, right?
The second as the president, the second in 2025 after the Capital One Arena last week in Washington, D.C.
All right, so going from...
By the way, come back tomorrow. I'm also going to cover the Las Vegas rally, so you can find that here on my channel as well.
Line, as you guys have grown accustomed to when you watch the network here at Right Side, you see We the People Outside. So tomorrow, having that coverage, I'll be able to watch from my home, as I'll be with my wife and my baby tomorrow. And but seeing Robert McNeely and Christina Loren, they're live interviewing everybody. I mean, it's just going to be awesome to watch this tomorrow.
It's going to be an exciting time. I love these rallies, and it's exciting to see because we thought we might be in a post-rally era, but President Trump jumping right back into it a week into office, less than a week, and 2 rallies already. So it might be a great vehicle for him to communicate with the American people on a regular basis.
So the Silver State getting ready, the people in Nevada and anywhere else in the region there that just realize.
Well, I don't know about you guys, but I love the rally. Even though he's not campaigning anymore per se, I would love to see him just do, you know, maybe a weekly rally, one every week in a different city. It's a really good way, you know, as they were saying, it's a really good way for him to really communicate with the people and be hands-on and you know, get it right from the mouth of the people, what's going on, what the problems are, what they, you know, you get a real feel for what Americans want, what we need by doing that. And everybody loves the rallies. Everybody loves to hear President Trump speak. I mean, he's just a masterful speech, you know, masterful artist when it comes to speaking. So, I mean, everybody would love that.
The gift from Firehouse 69 in Pacific Palisades, really an exciting thing to see. And then, of course, the gentleman, the fireman saying that, welcome back, sir. We're happy to have you home.
And again, to Kendra and Elizabeth, who joined us earlier, that have faced the devastating wildfires. We're not just moving on from your situation. We understand and heard your situation here at the network, and it was broadcast throughout the country. And anybody that has internet access across the globe and understands the English language, or even within a translation, you never know, has heard the story of your devastation there when it comes to losing so much in just the Eaton fire. This with the Pacific Palisades tour there by the president. So he knows about all of the fires, of course, and is working on the surge of federal assistance to the state, something that President Trump has declared a national emergency, again saying there will be no golden age without the Golden State. It's perfectly said, but again, this is not just ever political theater. This is not just words. It's always action with this president.
It is. He does not back down. Forget 100 days, 100 hours of what he has accomplished with executive orders and freeing political prisoners, getting ready to drill for liquid gold, securing the southern border, and it will continue. He does not back down. He's doing it in a sense of great charity and bipartisanship as well, and a calm, steady hand. And it's a new refined President Trump in the sense that I think he's truly willing, ready, and able to work with just about anybody because he's so aware of what's happened in DC, and that regardless if there's an R or a D next to the name, that really doesn't matter. And I predict right now one of his greatest allies in the Senate is going to be John Fetterman. And we're going to see that perhaps with this weekend. As Senator John Thune said, okay, if you want to play games on the other side with confirmations, especially with the rest of the national security team, we're going to work on the weekend. And so we might have a vote on Pete Hegseth this weekend, and John Fetterman might just be that one Democrat to support him.
And that would be great to see. And you'd have that coverage here on Right Side Broadcasting Network, specifically, whether that's live right here on the network. We will definitely be live tomorrow for the rally, but also on X, on Truth Social, and all of our platforms out there. So again, we're looking at the live picture there in Los Angeles, California. President Trump, of course, wrapping that Firehouse Roundtable. Now, speaking of, first responders, and then shifting over to law enforcement and military, the our U.S. Marines, 1,500 of them, or a portion of that 1,500 number, are boots on the ground right now on the southern border. I'm thinking that recruitment in the military and in law enforcement, now that we have peace through strength with the military, now that we have law and order through the president, maybe recruitment and the personnel and the staffing levels will increase as that feed there, of course, ending live right now as we take a beautiful, beautiful look at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. The thing is, Robert, let's talk about the municipalities, the boroughs, the towns, the local areas, right? The cities, the county, all of that. They have to follow suit, though, with the president when it comes to law and order. I mean, we've interviewed some sheriffs here at the network. They're ready to go, but everybody has to do it.
I mean, if you look at Section 8 of U.S. Code 1324, if you harbor an illegal alien, that is a felony and punishable by up to 1 or more years in prison. So you have people like Governor J.B. Pritzker of Illinois and Mayor Brandon Johnson of Chicago saying they will stand in the way. They have not yet, because we know ICE agents have been on the ground and made arrests in the city of Chicago in the last 72 hours. But you have defiant voices still, and maybe that's political rhetoric at this point, because they're smart enough to realize that if they do harbor illegal aliens, they're getting in the way of law and order, and they have no jurisdiction over that. This is a federal issue, and that's why ICE and DHS moving in quickly under the leadership of Border Czar Tom Homan.
Now that we're looking at the East Coast, and to your point earlier about the DOD Secretary nomination of Pete Hegseth, on Truth Social, election wizard saying, happening, Senate voting to confirm Hegseth as Defense Secretary. So if there is a live feed of that on our way as we look to see President Trump take off from Marine One to go from Pacific Palisades to LAX, where Air Force One is, maybe we could see a live pool feed of that. So producers, if we could see it, great. That would be the Senate voting to confirm Hegseth as Defense Secretary, if there is a feed of that. Also, it is the top of the hour right now, 9 o'clock on the East Coast, 6 o'clock in the West Coast. Okay, so we are hearing that we will get that Senate confirmation hearing for Pete Hegseth as well. So more of a 24/7 live stream here happening at Right Side Broadcasting Network, covering America First News, wall to wall, and definitely looking forward to that rally coverage tomorrow as well. So again, the Senate voting to confirm Pete Hegseth as the Defense Secretary. So the Department of Defense, of course, the Pentagon, you're looking live right there in Washington, D.C. So as soon as we see the president going from Marine One to LAX, we'll show you that as well. And then if we get a feed to the Air Force One.
Barrasso, Blackburn, Budd, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Haggerty, Hyde Smith, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McCormick, Moreno, Mullen, Ricketts, Rounds, Scott of Florida, Sullivan, Thune, Tuberville, Wicker, and Young. Ms. Hassan? No. Mr. Blumenthal? No. Ms. Slotkin? Senators voting in the negative. Mr. Husted? Aye. Senators voting in the negative. Baldwin, Blumenthal, Collins, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Hassan, Kane, Kelly, Kim, Lujan, Merkley, Murray, Padilla, Reed, Schatz, Schiff, Slotkin, and Wyden. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mr. Warner, no. Ms. Also Brooks, no. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Curtis, aye. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mr. Kramer, aye. Ms. Warren, no. Ms. Hirono, no. Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. Schumer? No. Mr. Whitehouse? No. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Hawley? Aye. Mr. King? No. Mr. Heinrich? No. Mr. Warnock? No.
Anybody who doesn't vote for Pete is un-American. I mean, come on, seriously. I mean, he's served our country. He would make a great Secretary of Defense. These people are just completely anti-American.
Ms. Cantwell? No. Ms. Blunt Rochester? No. Ms. Klobuchar? No. Mr. Gallego? No. Yeah. Mrs. Britt? Aye. Mr. Langford, aye.
Yeah, they're 13. They're fine. I don't worry about it.
Mr. Van Hollen? No.
Doing
Mr. Peters? No.
Yeah.
Mr. Markey? No.
But I've been funny. I've been watching them all day.
Mr. Bennett?
No, I have like a track.
No.
And that's why I see
Mr. Schmidt, aye.
I've been like following them around. And it's been
Mr. Booker? No. Mr. Cruz? Aye.
at like 6:30. I looked at
Mr. Grassley?
about a mile.
Aye. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Welch, no. Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. McConnell? No.
Did you guys hear
Mr.
that?
Hoban, aye.
Did you guys hear that? Mitch McConnell voted no on Pete Hegseth. What a rhino, man! He's the swamp. What? I'm telling you, man. This is you guys need to watch this. This tells you right here. Anybody who's curious of who is not American, not on Trump's side, right here is how you tell who's voting for Pete, who's not voting for Pete. And I tell you right now, I mean, we already knew McConnell was a rhino, but he just showed his true colors again right here by voting no on Pete.
Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Fetterman, no. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mrs. Shaheen, no.
in case you're just tuning in, the Rhino Mitch McConnell voted no against Pete Hegseth. So there's that. Also, the scuttlebutt was that Fetterman was going to switch and vote yes, but he also voted no. So I don't know where we stand as far as Pete being able to get all the votes he needs or not. But this is the live Senate vote for Pete Hegseth right now that's going on the floor. Me too, Jimmy. Me too. Clearly, he's got an agenda that there's some reason he voted against Pete, and I don't think it's just his hatred for Trump. I think he's got some kind of some follow the money. There's something money related in there. Yeah, there's sound that's as loud as it goes. Although when she's got her microphone off right now, but when she announces who votes and what way they vote, she turns it on and she's real loud. You can hear her. So when she announces the who voted for what, you will definitely be able to hear it. I don't know yet. Not sure. If you look closely, you can see that Snake Schumer right there on the right side of your screen, right in the middle. You can't miss his rat face. You can tell his rat face from a mile away. Me too. But in parts of it, see, the theory of it being a tiebreaker, to my knowledge, what Trump was saying is that was with potentially Mitch McConnell voting. I mean, not voting, just abstaining, because he wasn't going to. They already knew he wasn't going to vote yes, but he was not supposed to vote no. So him voting no, I don't know if that messes it up now or not. And also, the other thing is Fetterman. They were counting on Fetterman to potentially switch. That was the scuttlebutt or whatever. But Fetterman actually voted no on Pete as well. So I don't know where that's going to stand with the final count, whether it'll even get to a tiebreaker. but we'll see. I certainly hope. I think they'll get him through one way or the other, whether it be recess appointments or whether they just approve him, but we'll see. I agree with you. Washington is about to move slower than a damn turtle, and they're gridlocked. This is why we can't get anything done in this country. This is why people voted for Trump, because nobody can agree. We can't get laws passed. We can't get anything passed because everybody is at odds. Nobody will cross party lines and do the right thing. They all got their own self-interest and their own little cliques, and this is the crap that is destroying our country. This is the swamp that we need to drain. This is the swamp. We need to get rid of all these people. Drain the swamp. These are the people we need to get rid of. Right along the same lines, Ron. Yep. I agree with you. How the hell long does it take to, take a vote? Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. You got Thune, you got Lindsey Graham, you got McConnell. They're all right. There's a bunch of them. They're all rhinos. And it really pisses me off that they keep getting voted in time and time again, even after they've proven they're just completely ineffective. Even after they've proven that they're greedy and they got their own self-interest instead of the will of the people, that they're getting rich off the backs of us taxpayers. But yet, for some reason, we keep voting them in. You tell me how that keeps happening. This is another reason why we need term limits. I think we need term limits for Congress. We need term limits for the Senate. And I think we need to get rid of term limits for the president, because the president is not necessarily as important as far as the term limits go. And I would actually argue that we would be better off having a president potentially in there, if it's doing a good job, for a longer time, for 10 years, 12 years, whatever it may be. Because the more stability we have on the world stage, the stronger that makes us look in the long run. Where if we have every 4 years, we get a new president in there and we just completely change the policies, like you saw, Trump made a bunch of policies. Soon as Biden got in there, Biden reversed all Trump's policies. Now Trump's back in there. Trump reversed all Biden's policies. So the next president that gets in there, what are they going to do? Reverse all Trump's policies again? Well, that makes us look like a bunch of idiots on the world stage, and nobody takes us seriously. And none of these countries will take our word. Our word will mean absolute trash, because if you can't trust that if you make a deal with the U.S., that deal is actually going to be good, then what good is it? You know what I'm saying? Looks to me like a bunch of hurry up and nothing, or a bunch of hurry up and wait. I mean, what's going on? Why are y'all just standing around? Is the vote over? If so, announce it. Announce what's the deal. Why are we all just standing around? While I have so many people on here watching, make sure you guys come check out our new podcast. We started it last week, but we're switching the dates. We did it last Saturday, but starting this week, we're going to be moving it to Sunday. It's the Talking Heads podcast. It is going to be on Sunday night at 7:00 p.m. right here on this channel. So make sure you come check it out. it'll be a good show. There's my co-host for the podcast right there, by the way, Phantom Fact Society. Check him out on X and also YouTube. He's got a YouTube channel. He does his own podcast on Wednesdays. So make sure you check him out as well. He just did a great interview on 9/11, the truth about 9/11 from the architect standpoint on Wednesday. So make sure you go check that out. And as far as the vote, I don't know, man. I switched over. I was watching the press conference from California, and then they had mentioned that the Senate was voting now. So I switched over to this, and I came over in the middle of it. So I'm not too sure what's going on with the vote. I did come in and hear some of the votes, like Mitch McConnell voted against Pete Hegseth, and Fetterman also voted against Pete Hegseth. So there are, I'm not sure where we stand on that. You know, I'm hoping it'll still come down to that tiebreaker and JD can break it, but I'm not 100% sure, man. They haven't announced a new vote, you know, for who voted what. They haven't announced any more votes for the last like 10 minutes or so. So I don't know whether they're done voting and they're tallying them or what. I don't know why they're just standing around personally. I'm with you on that 100%. We got to get rid of the machines, man. That's how they cheat. Paper ballots are a lot hard. I mean, you can still cheat, but it's a lot harder to cheat, and it takes a lot more time. Thanks, Kate. You're absolutely correct. We're all blessed to have Trump and to be alive, to be honest with you, to be alive during this time to experience it. This is something that will go down in the history books as, I mean, I really do think, you know, when it's all said and done in the history books, he will go down as one of, if not the best president in history. So I 100% agree with you there. And like I said, we're all lucky enough to sit here and experience it together. And I don't know if you guys were with me all night watching the Los Angeles, the fires, the press conference from the Los Angeles, but I love to have a president like him that's a go-getter and not afraid to step on toes. Like he told that stupid ass Los Angeles mayor right to her face exactly what he thought, that what she needs to do. And I mean, he gave her hell, man. He gave them all hell. There was another Democrat that was, kissing FEMA's ass. He gave him hell too. I love that about him. I love that about Trump. He will speak his mind. He's not scared to step on toes. And he's got the American people first. His agenda is American first, American people first, America first. Not, all this globalist bullcrap first, not environmentalism first. Trump is a great leader and a great businessman, and it shows every time he opens his mouth at one of these press conferences, or when you see him negotiating with other world leaders or even local leaders and stuff, it shows. Oh yeah, he kicked major donkey ass tonight. I loved it. Now we just need to do that here in the Senate. Get rid of all these damn rhinos and kick them in the ass and kick all these Democrats in the ass here in the Senate as well. I mean, honestly, we have no excuse now. We have the House, we have the Senate, and we have the presidency. And we have the damn judicial branch too. So there is absolutely zero excuse for them not to be able to get Trump's agenda done. The only reason things won't get done is if, and we're going to point it out, all their little personal interests. What's up? I think you're saying something.
All right. Are there any senators in the chamber who wish to vote or change a vote?
JD!
If not, on this vote, the yeas are 50 and the nays are 50. The Senate being equally divided, the Vice President votes in the affirmative, and the nomination is confirmed.
Yes! 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 Congratulations! We got him in there. Way to go, Pete. Despite all these stupid rhinos, despite these asinine Democrats, we got him in there. We got it done.
The Majority Leader.
And I ask unanimous consent that with respect to the Hegseth nomination, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the president be immediately notified of the Senate's action. Further, that the mandatory quorum call with respect to the Noem nomination be waived.
Is there objection? Without objection, the clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Kristi Noem of South Dakota to be Secretary of Homeland Security, signed by 17 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is Is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of Kristi Noem of South Dakota to be Secretary of Homeland Security shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
I don't understand what he just said about Nome. I don't know. I don't know all the technical stuff about a quorum means. So I don't know whether she's getting what happened. I don't know whether she's getting whether she got through or not. If anybody knows what that means, what he just said with the quorum call or whatever, let me know. Me too. Me too. So far, we've gotten every one of his nominees through. So this is you know, this is this goes to Trump's art of the deal. He's so good at making deals and as a businessman. And I guarantee you, him and JD Vance are both wheeling and dealing, doing tons of phone calls, making promises, sweet talking them, whatever it takes to get these people passed. And that just goes to show you just how good he is. He got it done. We didn't have to do recess vote or nothing. He just, boom, right through. JD, he already made the tie-breaking vote. We confirmed. Pete Hegseth got confirmed. It was 50-50. JD made the tie-breaking vote, 51-50 now. So Pete got confirmed. Every single one of our confirmations so far have been confirmed. So Pete will now be the new Secretary of Defense. So give a round of applause. Santa Claus. No. Give a round of applause to Pete. I do think Cash is next. I'm not 100% sure on that. But I do think Cash is next. I don't think he'll have trouble getting through though, because I think he has bipartisan support.
Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman,
Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn.
All right, guys, I think we're done. We got our vote. I'm not really sure what they're doing now, but I was paying attention for Pete because they were voting on him, so that's what I stuck around for. So thank you all for coming tonight. Thank you. If you watched the whole thing, the Trump Los Angeles press conference and this, bravo. You know, you stuck around as long as I did. I appreciate it. If not, even if you're just coming in now, thank you for coming. Thank you for checking me out.
Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King,
Anyway, so as I was saying, make sure you guys come tomorrow. Trump is giving a big rally in Las Vegas.
Klobuchar, Mr. Langford.
Yeah, I'm going to pause her. Okay, so we're done for the night. Make sure you guys come tomorrow. Trump is giving a big rally tomorrow in Las Vegas. It will be his second rally since becoming president. By the way, I absolutely love the fact that Trump is going to continue to do rallies, even though he's not campaigning anymore. I think it's a great way for him to get out there and meet people face to face and connect with us, and hear what we have to say, and we can connect with him and see what he's saying. So I love it. I hope he keeps doing them. So come tomorrow. I'm going to cover it here on this channel as well. Thank you all for coming tonight. I appreciate it. Like I said, this channel, it's fan funded. So if you can give a few bucks and donate, please do. My Cash App and PayPal, all the links and stuff have been scrolling on the screen the whole time here. If you can't, cool, whatever, just watch. That helps me just as much. So thank you all for coming. I appreciate it. And we had two really good things tonight. We had Trump go get boots on the ground in North Carolina, take care of the people that Biden left holding the bag, left, stranded out in the ice cold weather, sleeping in tents to freeze to death. Trump is in there getting taken care of now. Thank goodness he's in LA, getting them straightened out, getting down there, getting his fire put out. Another good thing. And then we got the icing on the cake tonight was getting Exif nominated, pushing him through the Senate confirmation process. So, all in all, we had a very good day, very great night. So, again, thank you all for coming. I love you all. I appreciate you all, and I'll see you tomorrow. Peace.